Produced by Liang Gu, century-old textbook. My Quit Smoking. My Quit Smoking. Lin Yutong. Most people who smoke have once been confused for a while and made great ambitions to quit smoking. Within a certain period of time, they will fight with the smoke demon. After 10 days and a half. Only then did he wake up. I also went astray once and suddenly started quitting smoking. It took 3 weeks before my conscience rebuked me and I repented of my past mistakes. I swore that I would never be decadent or disorderly again, and I would remain a believer in smoking. Until I am old. At that time, you may listen to the evil advice of the 3 ants and 6 women of the Youth Association, and give up on it, because at this time, a person will always be weak-minded, unable to control himself, and difficult to take responsibility for himself. But as soon as the will exists, right and wrong become clear. Never again will I be tempted. Because after this lesson, I have fully understood that quitting smoking for no reason will cut off the happiness of our souls. This is an immoral act that is detrimental to ourselves and not beneficial to others. According to the famous British biochemist Chardin. Professor Haldane said that smoking is one of the 4 most influential inventions in human history. Among the other 3 major inventions, I remember one was a new technique for rejuvenating monkey glands to achieve youthfulness. This is beside the point. During those 3 weeks, I was so comatose and cowardly that I didn't have the courage to enjoy a small cigarette even though I knew it was good for my body and mind. It's really an ugly history. Now that things have changed, I think back on it. I don't know why the coma lasted for 3 weeks. It would be too much to describe in detail the psychological process during these 3 weeks. Of course, first of all, the idea of quitting smoking is a bit confusing at all. Why should we quit smoking in this world? I can't answer this question now. However, there is always no reason for our human behavior. Sometimes we deliberately want to do things we shouldn't do. Sometimes we are too idle and have nothing to do. We deliberately impose heavy responsibilities on ourselves, suffering from the pain of our bones and muscles, and the starvation of our body and skin. Empty of its body. How about messing up your nature and preparing to be a man? Apart from this reason, I can't imagine why I had such an obscene idea that day. This is actually a bit like Tao Can's fortune, or like modern people's fitness exercises. Literati and scholars have nothing to analyze. There is no water to suck, no cart to pull, and the hands are aimlessly moving up and down in the air, moving for the sake of movement, and making no contribution to social and industrial production. Quitting smoking is probably just a healthy exercise for wise men and gentlemen. Naturally, in the first 3 days, it is in the throat. Even in the upper part of the trachea, there seems to be a strange and embarrassing feeling that seems to be itchy but not itchy. This is easy to do. I ate mince, drank tiguanyin, and took the top French throat lozenges. Within 3 days, the strange itching was completely eliminated. It's no surprise that this is the first period in the journey to quit smoking, and it's purely a physical struggle. Anyone who thinks that this is the only point in quitting smoking has forgotten the spiritual cause of smoking. If you don't understand this truth, you don't deserve to talk about smoking at all. 3 days later, I entered the second phase of the soul battle. At this point, I suddenly understood that there are two types of smokers in the world. One is just a follower of Mr. Nangua, who just smokes to join in the fun. There is no second period for these people to quit smoking. They quit smoking effortlessly. It is said that they will not smoke if they want to, which is called strong will. In fact, why do such people smoke? If a person can give up a habit, such as selling an old piece of clothing, it will be known that it is not a habit. This kind of person smokes. It is indeed a kind of physical work, such as brushing your teeth and washing your face. You can brush it or not. It has no need in the heart and is meaningless in the soul. Such people have no spiritual requirements other than washing their faces, eating, and going home to hold their children. In the evening, I read Aesop's fables, with the wives of the female members of the frugal society, and then fell asleep. Xian Zhishuan's lyrics, Wang Majia's poems, Beethoven's music, and Wang Shifu's music have nothing to do with them. Isn't Lushan waterfall just water flowing from top to bottom? Is it okay to read Zhishuan's poems and Majia's poems without smoking? Isn't that right? However, for those who really know how to smoke, quitting smoking has a problem that is completely beyond the imagination of the men and women of the frugal society. For those of us who are real smokers, within 3 days of quitting smoking, the pointlessness and harshness towards ourselves will become apparent. Reason and common sense will have to ask, why, politically, socially, morally, physically, or psychologically. A person must not smoke, but deliberately bury his own intelligence, violate his conscience, and destroy his nature, so that we cannot reach that relaxed and happy state? Everyone knows that a writer must be energetic, creative, open-minded, and sharp. Only when good articles appear, reading can be understood and comprehended. Only when there are no obstacles in the mind and the mind wanders, can it be considered reading. How can this kind of state of mind be achieved without smoking? In this moment of excitement, we feel that reaching for a cigarette is the only reasonable thing to do. If you put a piece of brown sugar into your mouth, it would be a vulgar and intolerable activity. Let me cite 1 or 2 things as evidence. My friend B came to Shanghai from Beijing. We haven't seen each other for 3 years. In Peiping, we often go there in the morning and evening. Especially at night, he would smoke and talk nonsense about literature, philosophy, modern art, and various issues on how to transform the human universe. Now he's here and we're talking about old times at home by the fire. What they talked about was nothing more than the current situation of old friends in Xiping and the changing state of the world. Whenever I see something wonderful, I always want to stretch out a hand to get a cigarette, but on the surface I can only stand up and sit down again, or change my sitting position. Mr. B, however, naturally puffed away the smoke in mouthfuls, as if he was extremely happy. I had told him that I had quit smoking, so I was too embarrassed to break the habit on the spot. Having said that, I only felt unhappy in my heart, as if I had lost something. My mind was very clear. Every time Mr. B talks eloquently, I can always answer yes. But in fact, I wish I could talk to him with the same excitement. We talked like this for an hour or 2, but I still refused to break the rules, so my friends said goodbye. On strong will and perseverance, I am a triumphant winner. but inside I just felt unhappy. A few days later, Mr. B wrote me a letter on the way, saying that I have been different recently. I am not as excited and cheerful as before, and my conversation is not as good as before. He said that maybe it is because the air in Shanghai is too foul. Until now. I still regret not smoking that night. Another night, we were having a meeting, which happens once a week as usual. After dinner, papers were read and the discussion was usually a sort of smoking fest. This time it is Mr. C.'s turn to read the paper. The title is Religion and Revolution, and there are many humorous words in the article. During this kind of chat, the smoke in the room became thicker layer by layer, which was when the subtle fragrance floated and strange thoughts emerged. The poet Mr. H is sitting in the middle, reclining on a chair, learning to put smoke rings. It is released in circles, and the poetry is probably rising layer by layer. His attitude is so calm that if it is not enough for outsiders, I am the only one who does not smoke. I feel like I am living alone and in danger. At this time, quitting smoking seems more and more meaningless. I suddenly realized that I was too unconscious. I tried to search for the reasons why I decided to quit smoking in the first place, but I couldn't find any reason. Since then, my conscience has been uneasy. Because I think the value of thought lies in the sense of excitement. But how will the soul of a non-smoker get excited? One afternoon, I went to visit a foreign lady. The lady is sitting at the table, smoking with one hand and leaning on her lap with the other, her body slightly outward, looking quite charming. I feel like the time has come for me to wake up. She treated me to a cigarette case. I take my time. Calmly, I took out a cigarette from the box, knowing that in one fell swoop, I had gained enlightenment again. When I came back, I immediately asked the waiter to buy a pack of white tin bags. There is a scorch mark on the right end of my desk, where I put my cigarette. Because smoking rarely stops. So I carved an inscription next to it saying, Shein Pond. I originally planned that it would take about 7 or 8 years to burn through the 2-inch thick tabletop. When I decided to quit smoking, it was a pity that the pink of Shein was only half a centimeter deep. So this time when I placed the cigarette again, I felt very happy. Because although there is still a long way to go, it can be carried out unremittingly day by day. Later, due to moving house, the study room was small and the desk had to be sold, and the Shein Pond disappeared. This is the first thing I hate in my life. Comments. Lin Yutang, 1895 to 1976, was born in Longxi, Fujian. The original name was Hele, but later it was changed to Yutang and then to Yutang. One of the main contributors to UC. In 1926, he served as Dean of Literature at Xiamen University. In 1927, he was appointed Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In 1932, he edited the bimonthly, The Analects of Confucius. He founded Human World in 1934 and Universe Wind in 1935, advocating self-centered and leisurely style essays. After 1935. In the United States, he wrote cultural works and novels in English such as My Country and My People, Smoke in Beijing, The Wind and Crane. Settled in Taiwan in 1966. In 1967, he was appointed as a research professor at the Chinese University of Hong Kong. In 1975, he was elected as vice president of PN International. Died in Hong Kong in 1976. My quit smoking, whether a person smokes or quits smoking, it is a personal wish. In Mr. Lin Yutong's view, smoking is blessing of the soul, while quitting smoking is destruction to the body and mind. From this, Mr. Wang came to the conclusion that seemingly simple changes in habits can lead to changes in temperament. Especially those changes that go against one's own wishes and succumb to the wishes of others. Life experience has also provided the best confirmation of this. The article is written from the small to the large, with thorough reasoning and natural writing. Summer in Yangzhou. Summer in Yangzhou. Zhu Ziqing. Since Emperor Yang of the Sui dynasty, Yangzhou has been a place praised by poets and scribes. The more people praise it, and the more time they praise it, the more people will agree with it. Until now, if you mention the name Yangzhou to someone, he or she will nod or shake his head and say, "What a great place." Great place. Especially for those who have never been to Yangzhou but have read some Tang poetry. In his mind, Yangzhou is as beautiful as a mirage. If he has read a book like Yangzhou Painted Boat Record, it will be even more amazing. But in a place where he has lived for a long time, Yangzhou is like my people. He doesn't have so many beautiful fantasies. His hatred may cover up his hobbies. He may leave for 3 or 4 years and not think about it. If so, what do you think he wants? Women, yes, they seem to be famous, but I'm afraid they're not women now, right? He can only think about the summer in Yangzhou, although it is still not unrelated to women. One big difference between the North and the South, in my opinion, is that there is no water in the North but there is in the South. It is true that there has been heavy rain in the North this year, and the Yongding River and Daqing River have even burst their embankments. But this does not mean there is water. Although the 3 seas and the Summer Palace in Peiping have some water, they are so flat that they can be seen at a glance, and the boats are so clumsy. The water is still in the south. Most of the benefits of summer in Yangzhou are on the water. Some people call it Slender West Lake. This name is really too skinny. It's a fake name of West Lake. It's so elegant and vulgar. To be honest, I don't like it. The place where we disembark is the moat, many twists and turns zigzag, until Pingshan Hall. This is a name you are familiar with. There are 7 or 8 miles of rivers and many treacherous tributaries. In fact, this river has no great benefits. It is just winding and somewhat quiet, unlike other places. The most famous scenery along the river is Shaojin Mountain, Fahai Temple and Wading Bridge. The farthest one is Pingshan Hall. You know Jinshan Mountain, but Xiajinshan is in the middle of the water. It's best to look at the water there, and it's also good to look at the moon, but I've never been so lucky. 9 out of 10 people who go down to the river come here, so there are inevitably too many people. There is a pagoda in Fahai Temple, which is the same as the one in Beihai. It is said that it was built when Emperor Qianlong went to the south of the Yangtze River and the salt merchants supervised the craftsmen overnight. The famous pagoda of Fahai Temple is of course, but there is another thing that you may not guess. it is the braised pig head. Eat braised pig head in summer. In theory, it may not be appropriate, but in practice, it's not bad to sweat and eat. As the name suggests, Wadding Bridge is a bridge with 5 pavilions. The bridge is arched, with one pavilion in the middle being the highest, and 4 pavilions on both sides, which are symmetrical. It is best to look at it from a distance, or to see shadows. There are many bridge holes, and you can take a boat to cross them, which has a different flavor. Pingshan Hall is on Shugang. From the top of the hall, you can see the faint outline of the mountains in the south of the Yangtze River. The phrase, "the mountains are beautiful or not," seems to me to be just right and not wrong. There are fewer tourists here, sitting idle in the hall. It can last forever. The scenery along the road is also dominated by leisure and silence. Disembark from Tiananmen or North Gate. The winding city walls reflected dark shadows in the water. The boat pushed past leisurely, and there seemed to be no noise on the shore. There are 3 types of boats. Large boats are specially used for banquets and excursions. You can kidnap prostitutes or play cards. When I was a child, I often went with my father and listened to the records of profit-making foreign companies in the boat. There are probably fewer people taking boats like this now, right? Next is the small boat, which really looks like a watermelon, supported by a man or woman with a bamboo pole. If there are many passengers, you can hire 2 and use small stools to stand on the front and back. This can also be regarded as an ark. Later, there was a kind of foreign boat, which was smaller than a big boat and larger than a small boat. It had a cloth canopy to cover it from the sun and rain. Ocean rowing gradually increased and the number of large ships gradually decreased, but there are always people who want the small boat. This is not only because the price is the cheapest, but also because it is smart. One person sits in the middle of the boat, and one person stands on the stern of the boat to hold it up with a bamboo pole. It is simply a Tang poem, or a landscape painting. And there are some good-hearted young people who are willing to punt their own boats, and they must be small boatmen. Although the small boat is cheap, there are some differences. For example, as you can imagine, it is always more expensive for a woman to punt a boat. It is naturally more expensive for a girl to punt a boat. These women who punt the boats. She is what someone once called the boat girl on Slender West Lake. There are probably many stories about boat girls, but I don't know much about them. It is said that a person with a disheveled head, rough clothes, and a natural sense of humor is the winner. A middle-aged man with a sense of humor is still considered good. But at first it was just a joke. Maybe it doesn't hurt Lian Hui, but when there is a price in the future, it will feel meaningless. The area outside the North Gate is called Xiajia and has the most tea houses, often facing the river on one side. While the boat is sailing, tea patrons and passengers can greet and talk to each other casually. If the people on the boat are happy, you can also ask for a pot of tea or 1 or 2 kinds of small steamed snacks from the tea house, and drink, eat and talk in the river. When you return, you will give the teapot and the so-called steamer to the tea house owner along with the price. The people who punt the boats are all familiar with the tea house, and they are not afraid that you will eat for nothing. The Xiaolong dim sum in Yangzhou is really good. I left Yangzhou and visited 7 or 8 places, large and small, but I have never had such good dim sum. This is actually worth remembering. The tea house is generally a good place, and the name is quite good. Such as the fragrant Shadow Gallery. Luyang Village and Hongye Villa are all still in my memory. The guise of Green Poplar Village is hung on the green poplar tree and flutters in the wind, reminding people of the famous saying, Green Poplar City is Yangzhou. There are also small pools, bamboo clusters and thatched pavilions inside, and the scenery is the most secluded. The tea houses in this area are all well organized and very different from the square tea houses in Shanghai and Beijing. Down to the river is always in the afternoon. I came back in the evening and went ashore in the hazy dusk. I folded my coat and put it on my wrist, shaking the fan slightly with one hand. In this way, you enter the North Gate or Tianning Gate and walk home. At this time, you can recite the poem, I Have Half a Day's Leisure Again. Originally published in the 4th issue of Baihua Xuankan on December 11, 1929. Comments. Zhu Ziqing, 1898–1948. His original name is Zihua, with the courtesy name Pei Xian and the nickname Qiushi. He is originally from Shaoxing, Zhejiang Province, and was born in Haizhou, Jiangsu Province. Modern essayist, poet, professor. On August 20, 1948, he died in Peiping due to poverty and illness. He was the author of Traces, essay collections, Back, miscellaneous notes on travels in Europe. You and Me, London miscellaneous notes, literary and artistic treatises, poems and commentaries, notes on refined and popular appreciation, etc. Summer in Yangzhou, Jiangnan, Water Town, Yangzhou. A place that gives unlimited reverie to literati, and is endowed with unlimited reverie by literati. A place that smells like fireworks. Water is the core of Yangzhou's scenery and the soul of the city. It sustains people's lives and also makes the city a success. Cities are built on water, and people live by the water. Water has been integrated into people's daily lives. When the boat is sailing on the water, the thoughts are as clear as flowing water. 3 or 5 friends, having a feast on the water, tasting delicious tea and food, and savoring the taste of the water town. Just kidding. Just kidding. Qian Zhongshu. Since the promotion of humorous literature, selling laughter has become a profession for literati. Humor is of course vented through laughter, but laughter does not necessarily mean humor. Lu Jizhuang's Guangyang Miscellaneous Notes says, the donkey's braying sounds like crying, and the horse's neighing sounds like laughing. However, horses are not famous for their humor. Probably because my face is too long. To be honest, the laughter of most people is just like a horse chirping, and it cannot be filled with humor. It seems that Aristotle was the first to use humor to distinguish humans and animals. He said in Zoology, "Man is the only animal that can laugh." The modern wonder W.S. Blunt wrote a sonnet in Laughter and Death, which briefly stated that the natural world is like birds and beasts, with joy, anger, love and fear, all of which make appropriate sounds. Only humorous laughter is lacking. However, if laughter is designed to express humor, laughter can only be regarded as waste or luxury goods, because not all humans need to laugh. The cry of animals is enough to express the emotions of ordinary people. When anger is like a lion's roar, when sadness is like an ape's cry. Disputes make frogs noisy. When you meet an enemy, you are like a barking dog. When you meet your lover, you are like a poisonous woman calling for cooing. I would like to ask how many people really have a sense of humor and need to laugh to express it. However, the Creator has equally distributed the ability to laugh to all human beings. You can put a smile on your face and laugh from your throat. It would be a pity not to use this ability if you have it. Therefore, most people do not laugh because they have humor. They laugh and use laughter to cover up their lack of humor. The original meaning of laughter is gradually lost. What was originally an expression of rich humor slowly turned into a cover-up of poor humor. So you see the stupid smiles of fools, the blind people taking advantage of the laughter, and the popular humorous literature. Laughter is the most fluid and quickest expression. From the eyes to the corners of the mouth. Dongfang Shuo's, the mysterious sutra, Donghuang Jing, records that Duke Donghuang failed to hit the pot, and heaven laughed at him. Zhanghua noted that the sky's laughter was lightning, which is really a very clever imagination. According to Lady Holland. From the eyes to the corners of the mouth. Dongfang Shuo's, the mysterious sutra, Donghuang Jing, records that Duke Donghuang failed to hit the pot, and heaven laughed at him. Zhanghua noted that the sky's laughter was lightning, which is really a very clever imagination. According to Lady Holland. In Reminiscences, Sydney Smith once said, "The lightning is the wit of heaven." Smile can indeed be said to be the lightning on the human face, and the eyes suddenly become brighter. Teeth gleamed between the lips. We cannot withhold lightning to replace the shining sun and moon, so we cannot turn laughter into a fixed, collective expression. Humor resulting from promotion must be campy humor. This mechanized smile is just like the teeth of a skeleton, not the agile posture of a living person. Bergson's On Laughter said that all laughter begins when flexible things become dull, and lively behaviors become mechanical. Therefore, the return of monotonous words and actions will always make people laugh, like stuttering, like oral idioms, like children deliberately imitating adults. Old men are often more ridiculous than young men, simply because old men are not as agile and active as young men, they are just a bunch of rigid habits. Humor cannot be promoted for this reason. Once promoted, what appears naturally becomes imitated, and what changes constantly becomes stereotyped. This humor itself is humorous material. This kind of laughter is ridiculous in itself. A person with a real sense of humor has a special understanding. Shinran smiled alone, smiled coldly, and breathed a sigh of relief to the dull life. Maybe it would be hundreds of years later, tens of thousands of miles away, before there would be another person with him, separated by the river bank of time and space, who would look at each other and smile, regardless of his heart. Suppose a large number of people opened their mouths. They relaxed their voices, agreed on the same time, and laughed in groups. It could only be considered a funny gathering in a low-grade amusement park. The promotion of domestic products even adds to the counterfeiting, not to mention that humor cannot be mass-produced. Therefore, humor is promoted in the future. No humorist was created, only countless little colorful faces who used pen and ink were added. After putting up a humorous sign, Xiao Hualian's social status will naturally increase greatly, and he will leave the theater and sneak into the literary field. On the other hand, after passing off Xiao Hualian's brand, his humorous character will decrease. Most of literature and art can only be regarded as entertainment. The little painted face also makes us laugh, not bad. But he is completely different from a real humorist. There are really humorous people who can laugh, and we laugh with them. Those who pretend to be humorous are ridiculous, and we laugh at them. The little painted face makes us laugh, not because he has humor, but because we ourselves have humor. Therefore, humor is at best a kind of temperament and can never be labeled as an idea, let alone a profession. Let's not forget humor. The original Latin meaning of is liquid. In other words, it seems that women and humor in Jia Baoyu's mind are made of water. Treat humor as a consistent principle or a lifelong food, clothing and rice bowl, that is, liquid becomes solid and living things become specimens. Even for people who really have a sense of humor, if they want to make a living by selling laughter, their works are not very popular, such as Mark Twain. Since the end of the 18th century, Germans have been fond of humor, but the more they say it, the less relevant it becomes, because the Germans are a sausage-making nation. Humor of misrecognition is like minced meat, which can be neatly wrapped and used as ready-made spiritual food. Humor reduces the seriousness of people and never takes yourself seriously. True humor is the ability to laugh at oneself. Not only is it a humorous view of life, it is also a humorous view of humor itself. Promoting humor as a slogan and a standard is an act that lacks humor. This is not humor, this is serious promotion of humor. He smiled with a straight face. We think of Ma Ming Xiao Xiao again. The voice sounded genuine, but the horse's face was still elongated, without a smile at all. Like chasing away a friend who died after meeting, and like an advanced master on the lecture platform. There are always two motives for pretending to be something. Or out of respect, such as vulgarity respecting art, collecting antiques, arty, or for exploitation. For example, if a bad guy has an agenda, he will use religious morality to pretend to be a gentleman. Humor is borrowed. I can't think of these two reasons. However, fake goods cannot be passed off as genuine after all. Western idioms call those who laugh affectionately silver laughter. Fake humor is like counterfeit coins mixed with lead. It makes a dull sound and can only be regarded as a lead laugh. However, silver smile may benefit from selling smiles. There is a silver meaning in the smile, just like saying, there is a house of gold in the book, just to provide a reference for dictionary scholars. Selected from Qian Zhongshu's collection of essays, Written on the Edge of Life, published by Kaming Bookstore in 1941. It was republished by Fujian People's Publishing House in 1983. This is the reprint. Comments. Qian Zhongshu, 1910 to 1998, courtesy name Matsuan and nickname Huaijiu, was a famous scholar and writer. A native of Wuxi, Jiangsu. In his early years, he studied at Suzhou Taowu Middle School and Wuxi Ren Middle School run by the church. After graduating from the Department of Foreign Languages and Literatures of Tsinghua University in 1933, he taught at Guanghua University in Shanghai. In 1941, he created the novel Fortress Besieged and the collection of short stories Man, Beast, Ghost. Most of the essays are included in the book Written on the Edge of Life. Talking About Art is a groundbreaking comparative poetry theory between China and the West. After 1953, he worked as a researcher at the Institute of Literature of Peking University. The multi-volume Guanzhou Bian, he wrote, examines and interprets China's famous ancient classics Jing Shizi, and elaborates and analyzes them from the comparison of Chinese and Western cultures and literature. He once served as vice president of the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences. Joking, a person with a real sense of humor has a unique understanding, laughs happily and coldly, and breathes a sigh of relief into the dull life. It is understandable that humor is promoted and praised. However, humor can be divided into real humor and fake humor, and it is pointedly pointed out that most people do not laugh because they have humor, but they laugh and use laughter to cover up their lack of humor. And from this, we can conclude a common point for the actions of pretending. There are two motives for pretending to be something, either respect or use. In Mr. Qian's opinion, real humor can laugh at itself. It is not only a humorous view of life, but also a humorous view of humor itself. The map of life. The map of life. Xiao Qian. Fei Jun, you seem to be a bit superstitious and hope that society will treat artists more favorably. Never mind how foreign writers are treated. There is no Nobel Prize. Is it time for Chinese writers to go on strike? Many early authors devoted their energy to complaining. All talented people have nothing to complain about, just like being a beautiful woman has to look sick. We must restrain ourselves from this superstition. When so many people are in poverty and being whipped, what we are suffering is not what we deserve. You have raised several very meaningful questions that other readers will gather to discuss. Here, I just want to be an introduction. Some of our authors are too short-sighted and too unambitious. After publishing 2 books, the name will leave a shadow of a writer in the minds of readers, and then one will be satisfied with literature and art, and his ambition will be transferred to life. He has to travel to the West Lake, and he has to be accompanied by a beautiful person. Literary journalists broadcast whereabouts. From then on, the article became a social affair, and the curve of his artistic advancement was at its peak. If the literary world is filled with authors who have no ambition in work and strive for remuneration in life, great works will never be reincarnated for them. The gray road is for fools. A sane person always looks in the direction of light. If we use the history of world literature and art to measure the progress of China's new literature and art, our speed should be astonishing. Many British people are writing about society women. But it's not necessarily more real and moving than Vanity Fair 40 years ago. Look at our art. How childish and ridiculous it is for a novel that was praised 10 years ago to be reprinted today. A pair of feet that have been wrapped for thousands of years. It has been unlocked by us for more than 10 years and cannot be recognized. At first, based on the principle of middle school as body, I planned to transform it. But that didn't work. How many new authors have broken out of the traditional circle and used distinctive words to express a distinct sense of life? If the masterpieces of 10 years ago are already standing shyly in front of today's works, can we suppress the budding of new works 10 years from now? We should keep looking at Western masterpieces, but they are not there to scare us. We still need confidence in ourselves. You want to get involved in real life. This is a common requirement of progressive elements in the literary and art circles. Ordinary life can only produce ordinary articles. In some of the books you read, you have never included literary trends of thought. A category of popular books is included. You don't seem to be very interested in school either. I think you are going the right way. What a creator needs first is a keen sense and a pair of eyes that don't ignore details. And a pen that is at your disposal. In addition to this, I have to add a map to observe life. Here are, first of all, the social sciences that elucidate the cause and effect of rise and fall, psychology that explains human behavior, and much other useful knowledge. However, due to isolation from real life, many Bachelor of Arts hold such maps in vain. There is certainly nothing to gain from sitting in a room looking at maps, and wandering around is not an option. Most of the value of literature and art lies in understanding. Depth of understanding and description. A promising author should be a traveler with a map in hand. He has the sensitivity to withstand the stimulation of the current situation, and he also lacks the sharpness to discern and experience the current situation. Therefore, some cartographic sciences should not be ignored by a literary and artistic person like you. Comments. Xiao Qian, 1910–1999, whose original name was Xiao Bingqian and pseudonym Xiao Ruoping. His ancestral home is the Daxing'anling area of Heilongjiang province, and he was born in Beijing. Mongolian. Famous modern Chinese writer, journalist, and literary translator. In 1961, he served as editor of People's Literature Publishing House. Since 1979, he has served as a director of the Chinese Writers Association, director of the Central Museum of Culture and History, member and standing committee member of the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, and member of the Central Standing Committee of the China Democratic League. His main translated works include the collection Under the Fence, The Valley of Dreams, 100 Flavors of Life, a faded photo album, Shakespeare's dramatic stories, Ulysses, etc. Collected works of Xiao Qian, published in October 1998, 1–10. A collection of his major works in translation. The Map of Life. All talented people have nothing to complain about, just like being a beautiful woman has to look sick. Impetuousness and short-sightedness are very prevalent in the literary world nowadays. As a literary author, you must first have a broad vision, diverse knowledge, and a humble attitude. However, while learning from excellent works, you must also have the ambition to dare to surpass. The Map of Life is actually an effective way to create literature, entering real life. Happiness. Happiness. Chu Anping. Dear little brother, I should have written to you in the past 2 days, but I have been really busy lately. Yesterday afternoon. Occasionally I wrote a short sketch titled Happiness. This morning I suddenly thought of copying it for you to read, because with this I can stop thinking about other things to write. The following is the text. Most people in the world long for happiness. Everyone has his own shadow, which follows his master and always occupies another space than the space occupied by his master's body. The same goes for the longing for happiness. However, happiness is disillusionment for everyone who longs for it. What is happiness? The reality of longing is happiness. But longing is a bottomless abyss. Just jump outside the circle. Only then can you savor the delicious flavor inside the circle. Because you are not a child, you think your childhood is magical. Because you are sick, you think health is happiness. The West Lake is bright and beautiful, so everyone goes to the West Lake in spring. But even if a person is swimming on the soft lake, what he sees is the island pavilion or the mountain scenery outside his boat. Therefore, happiness is always an abstract thing, a reality that cannot be realized. Even if a happy vision comes true, then that reality is no longer called happiness. Knowledge and desire are directly proportional. The prototype of desire is a new pair of socks, the feet of knowledge. Once you put your feet in, there is no hope that the socks will ever return to their original tightness. But although knowledge and desire are directly proportional, knowledge and happiness are inversely proportional. If knowledge is zero, happiness is infinite. Most people hope that increased knowledge will increase their happiness, but the result is an unfortunate opposite. Knowledge is boundless, and the desire spewed out from a certain kind of knowledge among the marginal knowledge is also boundless. The light of this boundless desire shines on the boundless object of acquisition. Tie a thread of satisfaction to one object of acquisition, and immediately another object of acquisition is flirting with your desire. In all boundlessness, your ability and age are limited. The longing for happiness hangs down from thousands of years ago, still hanging on to Wuji's future. The longing for happiness will run parallel to the line of human evolution. Happiness is like the wind on a summer night. It will not make people tired of the cold wind. In Chinese love, one often commits suicide after falling out of love, as in Japanese love. They often commit suicide when they are deeply in love. This is the superiority of Japanese philosophy. Selected from Letter to My Brothers, first published by Kaming Bookstore in 1936. Comments. Chu Anping, 1909–1966, Chinese journalist. Born in Yixing, Jiangsu Province in July 1909. After 1949, he successively served as Commissioner of the General Administration of Publication of the Central People's Government, Deputy General Manager of the Xinhua Bookstore Main Store, and Deputy Director of the Publishing Bureau of the General Administration of Publication. In 1957, he served as Editor-in-Chief of Guangming Daily. In the same year, he was classified as a rightist during the anti-rightist struggle. Happiness. People in the world long for happiness and pursue happiness. Happiness is a topic that will never go out of style. Because of differences in time and space, different people will have different interpretations of happiness. In the author's view, the longing for happiness is like a shadow. Everyone has his own shadow, and this shadow follows his master. And it will always occupy another space than the space occupied by his master's body. In fact, happiness is also very simple. Those things that cannot be obtained and those that have been lost are actually the goals of happiness. The author also puts forward a series of distinctive views. Knowledge and desire are directly proportional, while knowledge and happiness are inversely proportional. Most people want to increase their happiness by increasing their knowledge. The result is an unfortunate opposite. Because knowledge is boundless, then desire is also boundless. If satisfying desires is used as a measure of happiness, happiness will be boundless. Instead of painfully pursuing boundless happiness, it's better to be content with what you have now. Wild vegetables from my hometown. Wild vegetables from my hometown. Jos Warren. I have more than one hometown. Everywhere I have lived is my hometown. My hometown has no special affection for me. Just because of the relationship between fishing and traveling, they met day and night and became acquaintances, just like neighbors in the countryside. Although they are not relatives, they sometimes miss him after parting. I have lived in eastern Zhejiang for more than 10 years and Nanjing and Tokyo for 6 years. This is my hometown. Now I live in Beijing, so Beijing has become my hometown. A few days ago, when my wife came back from shopping for vegetables at Xidan Market, she mentioned that shepherd's purse was sold there, which reminded me of what happened in eastern Zhejiang. Shepherd's purse is a wild vegetable that people in eastern Zhejiang often eat in spring. Not to mention the countryside, anyone in the city can eat it at any time as long as they have a backyard. Women and children each take a pair of scissors and a seedling basket and squat on the ground to search for it. A fun game to work on. At that time, the children sang, "Shepherd's purse is Malantu," and my sister married at the back door. Later, some villagers from Malantu brought it to the city to sell it, but shepherd's purse was still a wild vegetable and had to be picked at home. There have always been quite elegant legends about shepherd's purse. But this seems to be dominated by Wu. Westlake Tour Chronicles says, on March 3rd, both men and women wear shepherd's purse flowers. The proverb goes, wearing shepherd's purse flowers in the third spring, peach and plum trees are shy and prosperous. Gu Lu's Qing Jia Lu also said, shepherd's purse flowers are commonly called wild cauliflower. Because there is a saying that ants go up to the Zao mountain on March 3rd, on the third day of the third month, people put wild cauliflower flowers on the Zao mountain to scare away the insects and ants. In the early morning, village children are constantly selling goods. Or women wear hairpins on their buns to pray for clear eyesight, which is commonly known as eye bright flower. But people in eastern Zhejiang don't pay much attention to these things. Just pick it up to cook or eat rice cakes. Yellow-flowered wheat fruit, commonly known as sage grass, is a plant in the Asteraceae family. It has small, slightly round and alternate leaves, white hairs on the surface, yellow flowers, and clustered tips. In spring, the young leaves are picked, mashed to remove the juice, and mixed with powder to make a cake, which is called yellow flower wheat cake. Children have songs and praise clouds. The yellow-flowered wheat fruit is tough and knotted. The door is closed and you want to eat it. You can't take out half a piece, but you want to eat a piece. When sweeping tombs around the Qingming festival, some families, probably those who preserve the ancient custom, use yellow flower wheat fruits as offerings, but they do not make them into cakes. Make it into small pellets as big as the top of your finger, or as thin as your little finger, and make a collection of 5 or 6. It is called cocoon fruit. I don't know what it means. Maybe it is because this kind of food is also used when silkworms go up the mountain to offer sacrifices, so it is called cocoon fruit. Also unknown. Ever since I went out to visit my grandfather's grave when I was 12 or 13 years old, I have no longer seen the cocoon fruit. Now that I have been living in Beijing, I have no longer seen the shadow of the yellow flower wheat fruit. It is called ogata in Japan. It is one of the 7 spring herbs together with shepherd's purse. It is also picked for snacks. It looks like mugwort dumplings and is called grass cake. It is often eaten before and after the spring equinox. It is also available in Beijing, but it always tastes Japanese and is no longer the yellow flour wheat cake of childhood. There is also a kind of wild vegetable that is often eaten when sweeping tombs, commonly known as purple vetch, commonly known as milk vetch. After harvesting, farmers sow it in the fields and use it as fertilizer. It is a very despised plant, but if fed from the young stems, it tastes quite delicious, like pea shoots. The flowers are purple-red and stretch for dozens of acres. They are a beautiful scene, like a gorgeous carpet, very beautiful. Moreover, the flowers are shaped like butterflies and chicks, which are especially popular among children. There are white flowers in between, which is said to be able to cure dysentery. Very precious, but hard to come by. Japan's Haiku Dictionary says, this herb is a common thing like dandelion. Known since childhood. Among women, there may not be those who have never picked milk vetch. There have been no garlands in China since ancient times, but milk vetch flower balls are something that children often play with. I am very happy for those little people at this level. In eastern Zhejiang, drums are used to sweep tombs, so young people often follow the music to see the beauties in the boat going to the grave. Although people without money do not drum up the drums, there are always bouquets of milk vetch and azaleas exposed under the awning windows on the bows of the boats. This is the conclusive evidence of the grave-going ships. February of the 13th year. Written in February 1924, selected from The Book on a Rainy Day. Comments. Jules Verne, 1885–1967, a modern essayist, poet, and literary translator, also known as Xing Piao. Later, his name was changed to Kuei Su, and his nicknames were Meng, Qiming, also Qiming, Zhitang, etc., and his pen names were Zhongmi, Yaotang, Zhou Xianshou, etc. He was a native of Shaoxing, Zhejiang. Lu Sun's second brother. His major works include essay collections, My Own Garden, books on rainy days, Alismatus collection, Talking About Long. Talking About Tiger collection, Yongri collection, Looking at Cloud collection, Night Reading, Essays on Bitter Tea, Talk About Wind and Rain, Collection of Melon Beans, Talk About Holding a Candle, Bitter Mouth is Sweet, Past Work, Collected Works of Zhitang, Poetry collection, Past Life. The novel collection, The Orphan, the essay collection, Art and Life, The Origin of Chinese New Literature, the treatise, History of European Literature, the collection of literary history materials, Lu Sun's hometown, characters in Lu Sun's novels, Lu Sun's youth. The memoir, Reminiscences of Zhitang, has many other translations. Wild Vegetables from Hometown, Jules Verne's prose style is peaceful and light, meaningful and elegant. I have more than one hometown. Every place I have lived is my hometown. It seems that the author is a free and easy person. The shepherd's purse that his wife bought from the vegetable market allowed the author to open up the memory of his hometown. The customs of eastern Zhejiang and the local customs were described in the author's writing. This meticulous memory is actually the best expression of the author's longing for his hometown. Lotus root and water shield. Lotus root and water shield. Yi Xingtao. Drinking with friends and chewing thin slices of snow lotus root, I suddenly missed my hometown. If you are in your hometown. Every New Year's morning, many villagers pass by the door. The men have bulging purple arms and calf muscles, and their tall and straight torsos give people a sense of health. The women are often wrapped in white and blue and white headscarves, although they are barefoot, but wearing a short summer cloth skirt. Although their torsos are not as tall as those of the men, they have a unique, healthy and beautiful character. They each carry a load containing long, tender, jade-colored lotus roots. In the pond where lotus roots are produced, and by the winding river outside the city, they washed these lotus roots again and again, so they were so white. It seems that they think this is a treasure for people to appreciate, which is an important subject in the early morning painting scene. If it is covered with mud, it will break the sense of condensation that people appreciate. This was a sin that they did not want to bear on themselves, so they washed them until they were so white before bringing them into the city. When they wanted to take a short rest, they would place the bamboo pole across the ground and sit on it. You can choose the overly tender lotus root gun or the older lotus root poo, and chew it to quench your thirst. The passers-by stopped. The little girl in red clothes picked one piece, and the old man with white hair bought 2 branches. The light and sweet taste is now common in every household. This situation is almost the usual daily routine, until the leaves fall in the depths of autumn. Here, lotus root is almost a treasure. It was probably also brought from our hometown. But the quantity was not large, and most of them were taken away by the waiters who served the luxurious young men and wealthy businessmen. The rest had to be stored in larger fruit shops, between the golden mountains, apples, and fragrant mangoes of Luzon. Sell at a good price. As for those who carry burdens and hawk on the street, there are not none, but they are either as thin as beggars' arms and legs, or as astringent as unripe persimmons, which is really unenviable. Therefore, except for one occasion, we have never eaten lotus root this year. This is the only time we didn't buy something to eat. It was something given to us by our neighbors. They didn't buy it themselves, they were brought by relatives from their hometown. This lotus root has been away from its hometown for a long time, so it no longer has a jade-like color. But it is covered with many rust spots. When peeling off the skin, the blade of the knife went too far, which was very unpleasant. Cut it into slices and put it in your mouth to chew. It has a sweet taste, but it doesn't have that fresh and tender feeling, and it seems to be full of residue in your mouth. I don't want to eat the second slice. Only the child was very happy. He chewed all the slices and actually made no other requests for half an hour. When I think of lotus root, I think of water shield. In spring in my hometown, I eat water shield almost every day. Water shield itself has no taste. Taste is all about good soup. But the green color, rich poetry, and tasteless taste are really intoxicating. In the small river next to each street, there are always 1 or 2 boats without a roof resting at the stone pier, filled with water shields, fished from Taihu Lake. With such convenience, one can eat a bowl every day. But this is not the case here in Shanghai. It is difficult to eat this food without going to a restaurant. Of course, we don't go to restaurants, but occasionally we go back to disturb our friends' banquets, which happens to be not the time when water shield is in season. So I haven't eaten it this year. It wasn't until recently that Buxiang's relative from Hangzhou came and gave him a bottle of Westlake water shield. He gave me a bottle, and I was able to taste something new. I have never been in love with my hometown, but when I think of this, I feel that my hometown is very cute. I don't understand myself. Why do I have such deep emotions? After thinking about it again, it is actually very simple, because I have a love in my hometown, and the love only exists in my hometown. I can't let go of it. For example, close family members are there. How can you not fall in love when your close friend is there? How can you not miss it? But is it just for the love of hometown? No, it's just a few people in our hometown who tie us down. If there is nothing to tie me to, why should I miss you? Like me now. Occasionally, I was attracted by lotus root and water shield, so I missed my hometown. Wherever we are, that is our hometown. Written on September 7, 1923, published in issue 81 of Literature, signed by Xing Tao. Revised on November 8, 1981. This article was originally published in Beijing's Morning News on June 23, 1921. Comments. Yi Xingtao, 1894–1988, a modern writer, children's literature writer and educator. His original name was Xiao Jun and his courtesy name was Xingtao. The main pen names include Xingtao, Guishan, etc. A native of Suzhou, Jiangsu. His representative works include short story collections such as Separation, Fire, Offline, In the City, Wei Tian Collection, as well as Ni Huanji, Mr. Pan in Difficulty, Night. I received 3 to 5 buckets more, and so on. The main collections of essays include Collection of Footsteps, Studies of Huayanju, Collection of Sichuan, 10 short notes, etc. Lotus Root and Water Shield, In the Heavy Rain on May 31st, Morning Glory. Spring Couplets, and so on are famous works with unique characteristics in his prose. Yi Xingtao is also a pioneer in the creation of modern Chinese fairy tales. Collection of Fairy Tales, Scarecrow, and Stone Statues of Ancient Heroes. After the founding of the People's Republic of China, he devoted himself to the leadership of culture and education, served as president of the People's Education Press, deputy minister of education, director of the Central Museum of Culture and History, and vice chairman of the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. Lotus Root and Water Shield, Chewing the Snow-White Lotus Root Slices. What came to mind was the scene of selling lotus roots in my hometown. The change of time and space has caused ordinary vegetables like lotus root to receive different courtesy, and the different tastes reveal a strong sense of nostalgia, a love that can only be found in hometown. Yi Xingtao's prose is emotionally simple. The meaning is meaningful, the language is clean, and most of them have rich social content. Persuading vegetables. Persuading vegetables. Wang Yi. One thing in China that best expresses the spirit of cooperation is eating. 10 or 12 people share a plate of food and a bowl of soup. At the banquet, it is important to pick up the chopsticks and put the vegetables into your mouth at the same time, just not chewing in the same rhythm. According to legend, there is a joke. A foreigner asked a Chinese, "I heard that 24 people in China shared a banquet. Is it true?" The Chinese said, "It's true." The foreigner said, "The dishes are too far away, how can I pick them up with chopsticks?" The Chinese said, "We have chopsticks that are 3 feet long." The foreigner said, "With those 3-foot-long chopsticks, it is no problem to hold them. How can you bend and bring the food to your mouth?" The Chinese said, "We are helping each other, you give it to me, and it'll give you something to eat." Chinese food. In addition to expressing the spirit of cooperation, it is also in line with economic principles. In the West, everyone has a plate of food, and the leftovers are a waste of food. For us Chinese, 10 people have a plate of food, and what you don't like is exactly what I like, so we adjust to each other and everyone gets what he wants. Therefore, there are often no leftovers at Chinese banquets. Even if there are leftovers, the total amount is not as large as the leftovers from Western food, even if the dishes at Chinese and Western banquets are originally equal. With these two advantages, Chinese people should feel confident that saints make rituals and enjoy themselves. I finally thought about how to eat this layer perfectly. However, our sages still felt that this was not enough and believed that refusing to give in to food would be close to an animal, so they advocated giving in food. At first, it is a passive giving, that is, letting people take the food first and letting people eat more good things. Later, active giving was added, which meant putting good things into other people's plates, rice bowls, and even mouths. In fact, positive giving is also born from negative giving. When I encounter a good thing, I will not eat it or eat less, in order to let you eat more. At the same time, I judge a gentleman's belly with a gentleman's heart, and I know that you will definitely not be willing to eat more, just to let me. In this deadlock, in order for my concession to prevail over yours, I have to fight with you. Therefore, the matter of persuading vegetables has become an important item in the country drinking ceremony. The custom of persuading vegetables can be found everywhere, but it is particularly popular in the famous courtesy towns such as Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Men are advised to be more careless. Just put the food on your plate. Women are the most attentive and have to put the food in your rice bowl. As usual, it is the host who persuades the guests. However, after the host has begun to persuade, anyone who considers himself the host's close relatives and friends, they can all come to persuade guests on behalf of the host. Sometimes, a piece of good food is passed around by 10 pairs of chopsticks. After traveling around the world, it is returned to its original owner. If you are a new uncle, the situation is different. You are always the target of public criticism, and everyone at the table regards good dishes as pile it into your rice bowl, so much that your nose touches the abalone, your eyes touch the diced chicken, and your lips are covered with gravy. You can hardly eat a mouthful of white rice. I often think like this: why not design such a bowl of jambalaya from the beginning? It is specially prepared for distinguished guests, but it will make everyone busy for a while. Advocating food is certainly a virtue, but there is also the issue of whether the hobbies are the same. Mencius said, "The mouth has the same taste as the taste." I feel that there is something wrong with the language in this sentence, and at least a proviso should be added. I still like the French proverb, "There is no dispute between taste and color." It means that the taste of food and the color of clothes are all based on people's preferences. There is no certain standard of good and evil. In this way, the good dishes that the host likes may not necessarily be the dishes that the guests think are delicious. The raw materials and cooking methods of dishes depend on everyone's opinions, especially those with different origins. It is easy to produce widely different valuations. Sometimes, forcing a guest to eat something he doesn't like is more embarrassing than polite. 10 years ago, I was a guest once, and my rice bowl was filled with fish, shrimp, chicken, and duck. I suddenly put down my chopsticks and announced that I was full. It wasn't until the host persuaded me again and again that I said, "Then please give me a bowl of white rice." Looking back now, I feel that I was too young and arrogant at that time. However, even now, if I encounter the same situation again, if you get anxious for a moment, you can't guarantee that you won't use the same method to deal with it. The reason why Chinese people are so harmonious may be due to the exchange of body fluids. Although some people advocate sharing food, there are also people who deliberately make it impossible to reconcile. For example, when a new bowl of soup is served, the host likes to use his own spoon to stir the contents first. When a new dish is served, the host also likes to use his own chopsticks to stir it. As for persuading vegetables, I don't have to worry about much. A treasure from mountains and seas, after traveling around the world, it has the fluids of 5 or 7 people on it. In the future, when science becomes more advanced, there may be a microscope that allows us to see the detailed situation of germs spread by body fluids at banquets. Now I'm just talking about what I can see with my naked eyes. I observed carefully before I sat down at the table. The host was a man with rich fluids. In addition to spitting out some spit when he spoke, there was often fluid like a spider web between his upper and lower teeth. After we sat down at the table, the host's pair of chopsticks were darting in and out of the spider's web. Later, when he persuaded me to eat the food, he used his pair of chopsticks that had been darting in and out of the spider's web to pick up the food. Respectfully delivered to my plate. I barely trust my tongue. At the same time, there was a plate of fried pheasant slices. Why was it delicious when I picked it up for myself just now, but now the host respectfully picked it up to convince me that it was not delicious? I have failed my master's kindness. I admit that my temper is not suitable for socializing in Chinese society. However, I do not deny that persuading vegetables is a virtue. Sacrifice yourself to achieve benevolence. Isn't it appropriate to sacrifice a few hygiene rules to fulfill a virtue? Comment. Wang Li, 1900 to 1986, also known as Bobai, Guangxi. famous linguist and one of the founders of modern Chinese linguistics. In 1924, he went to Shanghai to study. In 1926, he was admitted to the Tsinghua Academy of Chinese Studies and studied under Liang Qichao and Zhao Yuanren, and others went to France to study in 1927. After receiving a doctorate in literature from the University of Paris in 1932, they returned to China and successively served as professors at Tsinghua University, Southwest Associated University, Lingnan University, Sun Yat-sen University, Peking University, and other schools. He has successively served as a member of the Department of Philosophy and Social Sciences of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, a member and deputy director of the Chinese Literature Reform Committee, the honorary president of the Linguistic Society of China, a member of the 4th, 5th, and 6th CPPCC National Committee, and a member of the 5th and 6th Standing Committee of the CPPCC National Committee. Mr. Wang Li is also a famous translator and writer. While studying in France, he translated and published more than 20 kinds of French novels and scripts. During the anti-Japanese War, he wrote a large number of essays and was known as one of the 3 major wartime prose scholars. Persuading vegetables. Persuading vegetables to eat is common in China, but if we delve deeper into the deeper meaning of this move, we can discover the differences between Chinese and Western cultures. The West emphasizes individual management, while China emphasizes mutual adjustment. In fact, asking for food is a simple, seemingly civilized and friendly act. Behind it lies a hypocritical attitude towards life. At the same time, it is also a manifestation of ignoring personal preferences to achieve personal courtesy. From the perspective of hygiene, it is a matter of fulfilling virtue at the expense of hygiene and health. The final conclusion is that the reason why Chinese people are so harmonious may be due to the exchange of body fluids. Wax leaves. Wax leaves. Lu Sun. While reading The Collection of Yenmen Under the Lamp, I suddenly pulled out a dried maple leaf. This reminds me of the frosty night last year. Most of the leaves are withered, and a small maple tree in front of the garden has also turned red. I once wandered around the tree and carefully looked at the color of the leaves. I had never paid so much attention when it was green. Not all trees are red, most of them are light crimson. Some of them are on the crimson ground, with a few clusters of dense green. There are a few holes in it, trimmed with black lace, and among the mottled red, yellow and green, it stares at people like bright eyes. I thought to myself, this is a diseased leaf. So he took it off. Wrapped in the Yenmen collection I just bought. Probably because he hopes that the eroded and colorful colors that are about to fall will be preserved for the time being, rather than drifting away with the leaves. But tonight he lies in front of me like yellow wax. Those eyes are no longer as bright as they were last year. If a few years pass and the old color disappears from my memory, I'm afraid I won't even know the reason why it was included in the book. The colorful leaves that are about to fall. It seems that they can only face each other for a very short period of time, not to mention it is lush. Looking out the window, the trees that are very resistant to the cold have long been gone, let alone the maples. In late autumn, I thought there might be diseased leaves similar to last year's. But it's a pity that I didn't have time to enjoy the autumn trees this year. Comments. Lu Xun, 1881–1936, a great modern Chinese writer and translator and the founder of the New Literature movement. His original name was Zhou Shuren, his courtesy name was Henkai, and he was a native of Shaoxing, Zhejiang. His major works include The Scream, Grave, Hot Wind, Wandering, Weeds, Morning Flowers Picked at Dusk, Huagai Collection, the continuation of Huagai Collection, Just Collection, and 3 Idle Collections, 2 Hearts Collection, Nanqiangbai Diao Collection. Special collections such as Pseudo-Free Letters, Quasi-Feng Yutan, Lace Literature, Qijiting Essays, and the novella, The True Story of Ah Q. Lu Xun made great contributions to China's cultural undertakings throughout his life. He led and supported the Weiming Society and progressive literary groups such as Chaohua Society, editor-in-chief of National Newspaper Supplement, Wang Yuan, Running, Grudge, Translation, and other literary journals. He also edited A Brief History of Chinese Novels, Outline of the History of Chinese Literature, Collection of Legends of the Tang and Song Dynasties, Old News Notes on Novels, etc. He died of illness in Shanghai on October 19, 1936. Wax leaves. A wax leaf with holes fell from the page of the book, which evoked the author's reverie and memories. Things and people are changing over time. The colorful colors of the wax leaves no longer exist, and the author's state of mind is drying and fading just like the wax leaves. Chapter 2, Moisturizing Things with Sound. Good Book Talk. Good Book Talk. Liang Shiqiu. Once upon a time, a friend said that he had read all the good books in the world and there seemed to be no good books left. At that time, many other friends disagreed, and older friends thought it was even more arrogant. Now think about it. But there is some truth to it. There are not many good books in the world. Unless someone is addicted to books, which is like being addicted to opium, it is really strange to be truly convinced and stick to the book. There is another most annoying thing. It is that many of the greatest writers often have little to rely on, but they have become a spiritual source of wealth for second- and third-rate people. Plato, Confucius, Chu Yuan, they are all human treasures bit by bit, but we have to ask who they learned it from. Or reading someone's book and achieving this, I am afraid that even the best liar will be at a loss. This is a bit strange. Doesn't it matter whether a truly great writer studies or not? Doesn't it make any difference whether you read good books or bad books? Schopenhauer once said that people who are good at reading are like people who are used to riding in cars. Over time, they will not be able to move forward mentally. This really wakes people up from their dreams. The novelist Wasserman once said something like this: if you want to muster the courage to create, you can only read second-rate works. Because when he reads second-rate works, he can feel that he will be strong as long as he takes action. Reading first-class works often makes people less courageous to write. This cannot be said to be without partial truth. Maybe there is a certain kind of person in the world who is born to be a writer, and a certain kind of person to be a reader. It's like being a born actor. Some people are the audience, some people are celebrity chefs, and some people are the so-called gourmets. Whether actors are very enthusiastic about watching other people's plays, whether famous chefs love to taste other people's dishes, I may not be completely sure, but I have met some writers. But I really don't like to look at other people's works. If they are contemporaries, and especially if they are people who are as famous as themselves, they may be especially reluctant to watch them. I once saw a famous novelist whose desk was empty. The only books on the shelf were his own recent works and journals he had edited. I once met a famous poet, a new poet, whose only reading was 300 Tang poems, and he felt that it was redundant. This is not necessarily just due to arrogance. If analyzed, it may be a psychology that is more complicated than arrogance. According to me, maybe it's like a chef, even a famous chef, who gets tired of seeing the oil pan and spoon every day. Unless you have no choice but to go to the kitchen. He probably no longer wants to come into contact with these guys, or even see things that remind him of these guys. The bitterness of the profession is sometimes unknown to outsiders. Didn't Yan Liben in the Tang dynasty not want his son to be a painter again? People who make a living by teaching often think of themselves when they see others teaching at the top of their lungs, and feel too miserable to hear. Writing an article is a painstaking job, and there are labor pains when you succeed or fail. Maybe that's why I can't bear to read other people's works. Putting all this aside, as a pure reader, I really feel that there are not many good books. A book with a lot of weight also has a lot of dross. It is a pleasure to read Du Fu's anthology, although some of the best works may have slipped through the eyes of the selector. How about reading the full collection? There are still many works that give people headaches. It is said that there are people who recite the entire work verbatim. I think this kind of people lack the sense of beauty and just do it to train their memory. The most annoying collection is none other than Lu Fangwen's. It's so heavy, but its masterpieces are so few and far between. In turn, 19 ancient poems. The 14 poems of Guopu's Poems on Immortals cannot but be recognized as the pearls and gems of mankind. Xian Zhongshu's novel once talked about a writer who produced a lot. In the midst of a housing crisis, he suddenly got a new home and was full of joy. Who knows when he inquired about it? Only then did I realize that it was because of the overwhelming volume of my writings that my original house collapsed and I ended up in hell. This is admittedly a bit harsh, but it may be of some benefit to an ignorant fool like Lu Fangwen. If I were asked to choose among the great books from ancient to modern times, I wouldn't be able to name 10. And because of differences in age and environment, it is inevitable that it will be easier at any time. As far as the current discussion is concerned, I think it is Plato's dialogues, the Analects, historical records, Shishua Sinew. Water margin, Zhuangzi, Han Fizi, that's all. As for other book titles, I hesitated a bit. Or someone might ask, can your own works be listed? I am very sad, I can only give up the idea of according to others without any hesitation. It's cute when a person has courage, whether it's confusion or deception. It's a pity that I can't be like a certain painter in Shanghai who published a collection of world-famous paintings, but only the first one was his own masterpiece. November 29, 1947. Peiping. This article was originally published in the 22nd issue of Tianjin's Yishibo Weekly Sketch on December 14, 1947, and was signed by Sewer. Comments. Liang Shiqiu, 1903 to 1987, originally from Heng County, Zhejiang, was born in Beijing. His scientific name is Liang Zhihua. The courtesy name is Shiqiu, and he once used Qiulang and Zijia as his pen names. He came to Taiwan in 1949 and served as professor of the English Department of Taiwan Normal University, later renamed Normal University, later as department director, and then as Dean of Literature. Since 1961, he has been a full-time professor at the Institute of English, Normal University. Retired in 1966. The representative work of prose is Yash Essay. He began to translate Shakespeare's works in the 1930s and continued for 40 years. By 1970, he had completed the translation of the complete works, with a planned volume of 37 volumes of plays and 3 volumes of poems. In his later years, he spent 7 years completing the million-word book, History of British Literature. Good book talk. A friend said that he has read all the good books in the world, but Mr. Liang raised his own question. How many good books are there in the world? Where did the authors of great works acquire their knowledge? Reading is a process of learning and accumulation, but you should not just be satisfied with absorbing knowledge, you should also have your own thinking and form your own thoughts. In terms of reading, what is important is selective and discerning reading, and one should not focus only on quantity while neglecting the quality of the book. Of course, those classics that have passed the test of time cannot be missed. They are the crystallization of thought and culture. Notes on first arriving at Tsinghua University. Notes on first arriving at Tsinghua University. Zhu Ziqing. When I was studying in Peking, I always stayed in the city circle. Although I have traveled to Xishan 3 or 5 times in the past 4 years, I have never been to Tsinghua University. When I talk about Tsinghua University, I only feel that it is very far away. I didn't know anyone from Tsinghua University at that time. Once, students from Peking University and Tsinghua University held an English debate at the Youth Association, and I went to listen. Tsinghua's English is indeed much fluent, they won. I have completely forgotten the title and content of that time, I only remember the redefense. The leader of Tsinghua University was very impressive, quoting something Confucius said. During the defense at Peking University, the word furiously was used at the beginning to describe the leader's attitude. This word may be too much, but it also means something. That day, Tsinghua students took a bus into the city, and the bus parked in front of the Youth Union. There were very few buses at that time. It was late winter or early spring, and it was very cold. A Tsinghua student only wore a single coat inside the house, but when he was about to go out, he put on a thick leather cloak. This kind of okay. The combination of clothes and clothes was quite iconic at the time. I first came to Tsinghua University in the summer of 14th year. I just came to Peiping from the south and stayed at a friend's house near Choyingmen. At that time, the provost was Mr. Zhang Zhongshu, and we did not meet. I wrote to him. We agreed to see him on the morning of the 3rd day. When I wrote the letter, I also discussed with that friend whether I could get to Tsinghua University in time at 10 o'clock. From Choyingmen? He had already been here once before, but he seemed to only remember long forests and green grass. He wrote this to me in a letter from the south. I can't tell how long it will take on the road. He advised me to leave at 8 o'clock and hire a foreign car to go to Zizeman to change trains, so as not to wait for the tram and change back and forth, which would delay things. At that time, the only direct connection from Zizeman to Tsinghua was foreign cars. Later I learned that you could also take Xiangshan bus to Haidian and then take a foreign car, but that happened later. The third day arrived. I don't know if I woke up a little late or something else. When I walked out of my friend's house, it was already 9 o'clock. I couldn't help but feel a little anxious. The driver seemed to be walking very slowly. I changed cars at Zizeman. According to the coachman, there was a small road, but it was blocked by water after the rain, so we had to take the right path. We got to know each other a little while after we left the city, because it was also the way to Wancheng Garden, but after that we were at a loss. When I arrived at Huangzhuang, I looked at the houses and thought it must be Haidian. I thought to myself that Tsinghua University would be here soon, so I comforted myself. When we were approaching the real Haidian, we asked the coachman, "Are we there yet?" "Nowhere. This is Haidian." This time I was even more confused. Haidian is so hard to get to. What year and month will Tsinghua University be in? But the coachman said he was hungry and had to buy something to eat. Eat it, I'm willing to risk it anyway. This eating took another 10 minutes. He said there was still more than 3 miles to go. There was no Yenqing University at that time and there was nothing to see on the road. Only the faint western mountains in the distance, there was no sun that day, could provide some relief. After finally crossing the Red Bridge and the Lama Temple, I gradually saw 2 rows of tall willows, like a dome door. Although the weeping poplars in Shikahai are good, they are not so many and deep. I was the only car on the road at that time, and I looked like I was driving straight ahead. There was a sign in front of the willow tree that read, "Enter the school, vehicles and horses slow down. Now we have really arrived," I thought to myself, but the gate is still far enough. Needless to say, the West Courtyard gate deceived me again, another 6 or 7 minutes. It's really arrived. Sitting in Mr. Zhang's living room and looking at the clock, it was still 15 minutes to 12 o'clock. Mr. Zhang lived in Isua and had to walk through the long forest and green grass. The rich green was really intoxicating. In Mr. Zhang's living room hangs a pair of long couplets in the official script of Deng Wanbai with the official seal of the official bookstore. I have a classmate who can write. He likes Deng Wanbai, and he also has this couplet, so it's like meeting an old friend. Mr. Zhang came out. He is much taller than me and has a much longer face. You can tell at first glance that he is a very capable person. I apologized to him for coming too late, and he also apologized to me, saying that he had a date and couldn't keep me to dinner. After talking for a short time, it was past 12 o'clock and I took my leave. Go to the door. The original car is still there, and I'm going back to Peking for dinner. After a day or two, I moved my luggage. This time I took the train and got on the train from Choingmen Station on the Ring Railway. From now on, there were more people traveling inside and outside the city, and I learned a trick. As soon as you get on the rickshaw at Zizeman, don't even think about getting to Tsinghua University. You'll get there just by thinking about it. I also took a ride on Xiangshan bus once or twice. It was quite impressive. Sometimes there is simply no place for the two legs, and I wish they had to be my own. Once I got off the bus in Haidian and went to the small restaurant behind the current West Garden. I chose a square table facing the street and sat on a bench. I ordered a plate of alfalfa meat, 2 homemade cakes and 2 tails of white roses. It's quite interesting to drink. And he also wrote a crooked poem, My South, on that table. At that time, there were often poor women or children following the bus from Haidian to Tsinghua, asking for money. In addition to common phrases such as, you fix it, they sometimes say, you will be the principal in the future. This is not heard elsewhere. Written on April 18, 1936. Originally published in Tsinghua Weekly, Supplement, Volume 44, Issue 3, 1936. Comments. This is not heard elsewhere. Written on April 18, 1936. Originally published in Tsinghua Weekly, Supplement, Volume 44, Issue 3, 1936. Comments. Democracy fighter. Zhu Ziqing's original name was Zhu Zihua, and his nickname was Qiushi, which means, taking the spring flowers and autumn fruits. In 1917, Zhu Zihua applied for undergraduate study at Peking University. To encourage myself not to lose heart or get discouraged when faced with difficulties, to remain innocent and not to join in the bad deeds. So he took the word Ziqing from Ning Lian Jia Ji Qing Hu in Chu Ci Bu Ju and changed his name to Zhu Ziqing with the character Pei Xian. Pei Xian comes from Han Fizi Guanxing, Dong Anyu's nature is slow, so he wears the string to make himself anxious. It means that the bowstring is always tense. Those who are slow-tempered wear it as a warning to themselves. First arrival at Tsinghua, Mr. Zhu Ziqing once served as the head of the Department of Chinese Language and Literature at Tsinghua University. He proposed for the first time the Chinese subject education model of integrating Chinese and Western cultures, connecting ancient and modern times, and successfully put this concept into practice. Avoid empty words, do practical things, and be meticulous as a scholar and a person, which also played a subtle role in the formation of Tsinghua's later academic style. The education of Eastern and Western people is different. The education of Eastern and Western people is different. Liang Shuming. At the end of 10 years, I took advantage of the annual vacation. Catch up with the lecture appointment in Shaanxi, January 4th of the new year. This is what I said to the teachers and staff of the primary schools in Yangtze Primary School in the provincial capital. Mr. Li Schertzen, the owner of Education magazine, came to solicit articles, but he was hasty and unable to respond, so I recorded it here. The manuscript is from Chen Zonggyujin's notes. I remember that Mr. Gu Hongming mentioned the differences in Western education in a book he wrote that criticized Eastern and Western cultures called Spring and Autumn Days. He said, the first thing Westerners learn when they go to school is called knowledge, the second thing is called knowledge, and the third thing is called knowledge. What Chinese people learn in school is the way of a gentleman. This is an interesting thing to say, and somewhat true. Although we used to teach people to write 8-legged essays, whether it can be regarded as teaching people to be a gentleman is still a question. However, those materials the analects. Mencius, great learning, and the doctrine of the mean, they talk about the way of a gentleman. In any case, Chinese education can always be said to have such an intention. The only thing Westerners teach others is their recent educational insights. The previous method was to teach people a lot of knowledge. How many stars are there in the sky, how the earth rotates, etc. Now we run schools that are imitated from the West, and all the lessons we teach were not available in China a few decades ago, and were never taught at all. To teach people by this. And those principles in Chinese books seem not to be mentioned in Western education. It is clear that the two sides of education each have their own emphasis. It can be roughly said that Chinese education is on the side of affection, such as the teaching of filial piety. Western education is biased toward knowledge, such as the teaching of natural sciences. The difference in this kind of teaching is due to the fundamental differences in the paths of the two cultures. It is just one end of the difference between the two cultures. This can be seen from my Eastern and Western culture and philosophy. I talked about this when I arrived at the supervisory office yesterday. Some people are very opposed to biased education. Some people advocate that the two should not be abolished. This cannot be ignored and is necessary for a completely rational education. As soon as we are born, we have to move forward. The first thing we need in life is knowledge. Even among the many things in front of you, you need to know which ones are edible and which ones are not edible, which ones are nourishing and which ones are poisonous. You all need to know, otherwise. How will you eat it? If you can know everything, you have this aspect of knowledge, and then you can cope with this small aspect of life. We all need to have our own knowledge or academic talents in every aspect of our lives. Knowledge is when the fine details of knowledge are truly integrated into a complete set. Knowledge or learning can also come from one's own creation, derived from personal experience and reasoning. It can also come from the advice of others. What the predecessors created is taught to future generations. But knowledge or learning, except for some purely rational sciences such as mathematical theory, most of them can only be achieved through experience. If you do not follow the path of creation based on the experience of the predecessors, but only follow the path of personal creation, then a person will only be a few years old. 10 years. How much experience can it have? By the time one has experience, a person will die of old age. The next person will have to experience it all over again. How much knowledge was produced in this way? And there is progress in human civilization? The so-called knowledge. The so-called progress of human civilization is actually taught by the creations of predecessors to future generations. Only by continuing to explore and deepen can we have knowledge, whether it is knowledge that does not rely on experience or knowledge that must rely on experience. And it is especially necessary to rely on experience to help knowledge. Moreover, it is too painful and uneconomical to have to try and experience everything personally and then know how to deal with it. There is absolutely no such way. For example, when a child is born, of course he is not allowed to try out which ones he can eat and which ones he cannot. And let the adults teach him. Therefore, no matter what the meaning of education is, the imparting and receiving of knowledge cannot but be one of the most important aspects of education. Westerners, following their cultural path, have made the greatest achievements in knowledge. And it is easy to see that people's lives should be guided by knowledge. This is true in the life thoughts from Socrates to Dewey. The result is that every aspect of life has its own knowledge, and life depends on knowledge. Guided by knowledge, for questions about the natural world, there are natural sciences as a guide, and for questions about society and human affairs, there are social sciences as a guide. Although we should pay attention to his mistakes, we should talk about it from the right side. Then this approach is indeed correct. This is not the case for Chinese people. According to their temperament, they do not like to base their lives on knowledge in any aspect, and according to their cultural path, they have the least achievements in knowledge. There is no basis for this. As a result, for thousands of years to the present, when encountering problems, no matter how big or small, they are always dealt with personal experience, opinions, thoughts, and skills. For example, medicine can be regarded as a specialized knowledge, but in fact, especially in this regard, we can see that they only rely on their personal experience, opinions, thoughts, and skills to control everything. Chinese doctors do not have the pharmacology to which they are based, and they only rely on their experience in prescribing medicines. They do not have the pathology and internal medicine to which they are based. He relies only on what he gets from his clinical problems. All the above situations cause and affect each other. Chinese education rarely teaches people knowledge, while Western education mostly teaches people knowledge. But human life should be guided by knowledge. There is no way not to be guided by knowledge. Without real knowledge, what is used is only something that is not refined, uncertain, and mature. So as far as this aspect is concerned, it cannot be said that it is not a shortcoming of our Chinese life. If we ask about the gains and losses of education between the two sides, the West gains and China loses. In the future, we should naturally take into account our previous mistakes and pay more attention to the enlightenment of wisdom and the imparting of knowledge. Fortunately, since the introduction of Western education, it's already been done this way. The emotional side of education is fundamentally different from the intellectual side of education. That is, as we said above, the need for intellectual education is absent in the emotional side. Therefore, its method, that is, the education of knowledge, is not only the impartation of knowledge, but also the enlightenment of wisdom. However, no matter what, the imparting of knowledge is ultimately the most important aspect of the education of knowledge. This is completely different from the education of affection. The method of enlightening wisdom may not be far from that of emotional education, but the method of imparting knowledge is completely different from that of emotional education. Because affection is instinctive, it is said to be capable without learning, and known without thinking. It is something that a person is born with without any shortcomings. It is different from the fact that knowledge is not present at birth and cannot be added in the future. It is different from the fact that knowledge is acquired later, whether it is created by one's own family or inherited from predecessors. It is acquired from outside and entered later. In this case, it seems that affection neither needs education nor can be taught. This is not the case. Life itself is all about emotion, and the intellectual side, including inherent wisdom and acquired knowledge, is just a tool for life. If the tools are not made well, life will not be good, but life itself, that is, the emotional aspect, if it is not done properly, the tool will be of no use even though it is useful, or it will be turned into a dead relative, so emotional education is even more fundamental. That is to say, how to make life itself just right is the first question. It is necessary to pay attention to the tools of life. In any case, it cannot but be the second issue. The so-called education is not only the enlightenment of wisdom and the creation and transfer of knowledge, but also the adjustment of instincts so that life itself can be just right. Although instinct does not need to be taught. Not teachable, but still teachable, and in need of education. Because instinct is easily disturbed and inappropriate, that is, life is difficult to live in a proper and correct manner, so it must be adjusted to develop and move to its advantage. This is the work of emotional education. The skill may be close to the enlightenment of wisdom, but it is very different from the teaching of knowledge. Chinese education has always been very focused on enabling people to live a reasonable life, and is extremely concerned about emotional inappropriateness. From this point of view, Chinese education is naturally considered to be a success. It would be a mistake for Westerners to ignore this point. While Western education focuses on the tools of life, Chinese education focuses on life itself. Each has gains and losses. However, although Chinese education is said to be able to always pay attention to life itself, its methods are not entirely appropriate. Because education that fails to examine emotions is fundamentally different from education that teaches knowledge, the method of teaching knowledge is often used for emotional education. For example, we always use dry and tasteless methods to teach people the lessons of filial piety and loyalty, just like teaching them knowledge. In fact, this is not knowledge and cannot be taught to him as knowledge. It should be based on how to develop and activate his fundamental instinct, that is loyal to his brother, and then he will naturally be loyal to his brother. This kind of dry lesson only injects the intellectual side. It does not affect its underlying sentiment. Then life and behavior still cannot be improved and reasonable. In the past, everyone thought that human life and actions were based on knowledge and were purely controlled by knowledge. Therefore, Socrates said that knowledge is morality. The idea that as long as a person understands, he will do the right thing, this idea has only now been refuted by the advancement of psychology. It turns out that human actions cannot be dictated by knowledge. The lesson of being a filial brother and being faithful is basically treating morality as a matter of knowledge. We can only regulate instinct, guide it, and cultivate it from the side, and do not hinder it or disturb it, that's all. For example, when it comes to filial piety, you don't need to tell him long and complicated words, you just need to follow the child's interest in loving relatives. Just let him express himself freely. Loving relatives is his own inherent instinct. People who have never heard the teaching of filial piety can know filial piety from this instinct. People who have heard many teachings may not be filial because their instincts are hindered. Confucius did not teach people dry lessons, he simply taught people a kind of life. And use rituals and music to regulate feelings. But later, Confucius education no longer existed, and only this kind of education method with dry lessons remained. This is something we should learn from and correct in future education. In addition, education often likes to use rewards and punishments as a means to improve people's living behaviors, which is extremely wrong. Rewards and punishments take advantage of people's calculating mentality to control their actions. This prevents the emotions from moving and hinders the development of instincts, forcing one's knowledge to make decisions, fundamentally disrupting the order of life. Therefore, this is not only unsuitable for emotional education, but also has a very bad influence. Children who do good or refrain from doing evil because of rewards and punishments. I think it cannot be taught at all. Those who can resist rewards and punishments have strong instincts and are not subject to external interference, which is very promising. Selected from Collected Works of Liang Shuming on Education, Jiangsu Education Press, 1987 edition. Comments. Liang Shuming, 1893 to 1988, Chinese thinker. Originally from Guilin, Guangxi. Graduated from Zhili Law and Political College. After the Revolution of 1911, he devoted himself to Buddhism. In 1917, he was appointed as a lecturer in the philosophy department of Peking University, where he lectured on Indian philosophy. In 1922, he published Eastern and Western Culture and Its Philosophy, proposing a comparative view of Eastern and Western cultures. In 1924, he resigned from his teaching position at Peking University and went to Shandong and Hunan to engage in rural construction and run his own education. Author of Essentials of Chinese Culture. Introduction to Indian Philosophy, Chao Hua, Xu Ming 31st Wen Lu, Sh Ming 30 Post Wen Lu, etc. The differences in education between Eastern and Western people. From the perspective of learning content, Westerners learn knowledge. What the Chinese people learn is the way of a gentleman. Chinese education focuses on the emotional aspect, while Western education focuses on the knowledge aspect. The root cause of the difference between Chinese and Western education is actually the difference between Chinese and Western culture. Westerners focus on following the path of knowledge, while Chinese prefer to follow personal experience, opinions, thoughts, and skills. In fact, the fundamental point is that Westerners focus on the tools of life, while Chinese people focus on life itself. In fact, if Chinese and Western education and culture can learn from each other, learning and promoting each other is the best way. My reading experience. My reading experience. Chao Juran. There is a benefit to being middle-aged. Someone will come to ask for advice or other experience. An old clerk is good at stealing oil. An old tailor is good at stealing cloth, an old bureaucrat is good at scraping, and an old politician is good at playing tricks. These are things that novices admire and have to ask for advice. Many years ago, a middle school in Shanghai invited many scholars and experts to talk about reading methods and reading experiences, and later published a special collection. I flipped through it briefly, and all I remember is that those good methods of read more, watch more, do more, are too lazy to read on. Now it is my turn to talk about my experience in reading. I regret that I did not go to a certain middle school to listen to the lectures, and did not read the special album carefully. I picked up the pen. Come on. I feel like I really have nothing to say. I remember when I was 4 years old, my late father asked me to study. I started reading The Great Learning and The Doctrine of the Mean, and continued to Gang Jian E Ji Lu and Jean C. Lu. I memorized the Book of Songs, 9 times, and read the Book of Rights and Zhuan twice. Only Arya was read once. If reading the Bible can save the country, I should be a senior figure in saving the country. At that time, there were not many people who read the scriptures, but they still did not help the Manchu Qing dynasty's peril, and they finally became the remnants of the victorious dynasty. My late father was probably a member of the Reform Party, and he opened a primary school in the 32nd year of Guangxu's reign. Although there was a subject of Bible reading in primary school, I finished reading Records of Modern Thoughts and read the illustrated textbook for primary schools, published by the commercial press. I imitated the example of reading history and circled the textbook from beginning to end with a red pen to show my overwhelming enthusiasm. I also gave my late father a heavy hand. My cousin was reading Picture Literacy on a large cabinet with colorful pictures on it. While my late father was away, I grabbed it and took a look. Instead of reading the scriptures, they love reading textbooks, and instead of reading textbooks, they rush to read pictures and learn to read. According to the meaning of Reading Scriptures and Preserving Texts by Dr. Jiang Konghu, the director of Ancient Times, who cried bitterly. This is how the Qing dynasty was destroyed by us. When I think about it, I always feel a little apologetic, so I quite approve of the restoration of Xiantong. My late father often asked me to read Recent Thoughts. Recent Thoughts had many disadvantages for him. He usually reads the 4 books. Just using Zhu's annotation, Jin Si Lu contains various different opinions from Zhou Dunyi, Zhang Zai, Xiao Yong, Qing Mingdao, and Cheng Yichuan. He cannot explain why the words of the same sages are so different. The most difficult thing is, the 2 brothers Mingdao and Yichuan were also so different that they didn't know which side to take. Now that I think about it, he was very vague in some places. One thing surprised him. I found a record from The Complete Works of Zhu Wengong, in which Zhu Zi said that Yu Fei was domineering and unruly. He didn't know how to say it. It was inconvenient to say that Zhu Zi was wrong and to disrespect Yu Wumu, so he could only keep it vague. 1 year. When he came back from Hangzhou and bought The Complete Works of Wang Yangming, there was more trouble. In some places, Wang Yangming refuted Zhu Xi completely and turned over Zhu Xi's collected works. It was really impossible to judge who was right. The more books I read, the more doubts there are. The 11 or 12-year-old child no longer trusts old Master Zhu. My uncle Chen Hongfan is loved by people for his fantasy and eloquence, and is also ridiculed by people, calling him a white ruffian. He told us, Yao and Shun may not be the same people. They were all created by Confucius and Mencius. He spoke eloquently, and we liked to hear it. The next day, I asked him specifically, but he changed his story and denied it. Another classmate of mine, named Zhu, he said that his ancestor Zhu XX was a county magistrate in Guangxi when the Taiping Rebellion first broke out. The Hong Dequan case was fabricated by Zhu XX. He also told me many stories about subordinate officials who fabricated personal and material evidence. Although my uncle denies that Confucius and Mencius fabricated the words of Yao and Shun, I somewhat believe it. I went to Hangzhou Provincial First Normal University with a lot of questions and studied some textual criticism from a single nunnery teacher. Only then did I realize that not only Zhu Shi was wrong, but Wang Yangming was also wrong. Not only are there differences between Mingdao and Yichuan, Zhu Shi's late version and middle-aged version are also different. Not only are people in the Song dynasty different, but there are also many differences in the Han, Wei, Jin, and Tang dynasties. A single classic can be incomparable. Qing's lawsuit. Originally I wanted to convert to Pu Shui. It is settled on the same subject, but the schools of Wu and Anhui are different, and the schools of Duan and Wang are also different. Even if it is a very small problem, you cannot rely on two things. You cannot accept the opinions of the predecessors without a critical attitude. My uncle imagined that Confucius and Mencius fabricated the discussion of Yao and Shun. Strong evidence can be found from Kang Youwei's Confucius Reform Examination and Xinshua Apocrypha Examination, and the historical facts of Yu Lumu's domineering and unruly nature are confirmed in Muduanlin's Wenwen Tongkao. It was only then that I suddenly realized the predecessors relied on their assumptions and assumed that they were wrong. Those who take it are often wrong, but those who are not wrong are those who discard it. Dai Dong's original language, you will always be fooled if you believe in the past. Shan Shibuan's extensive reading, broad knowledge, and strong memory are enough to make us admire him. He instructs the Orthodox school's textual research methods and spirit. It also helps solve many problems. I have supported his belief for almost 10 years. However, the period of disillusionment has finally arrived. The social trends brought about by the May 4th movement have made us tired of trivial research. Hu Shi's Outline of the History of Chinese Philosophy brings positivist methods, discussions of life issues and social issues, and brings a wide range of research objects. The translation of famous works on literature, philosophy, and society brings fresh academic air and makes everyone ignited with a desire for knowledge. Everyone yearns for Western civilization. In terms of sorting out the national heritage, Liang Qichao's Chinese history research method and Gu Zhigong's discussion of ancient history also turned the romantic atmosphere of modern literature in the hands of Kang Youwei into a new and practical new textual criticism. Our uncle named Chen not only had Kang Youwei to prove his fantasy, but Gu Zhigong also confirmed it later. In this way, I became somewhat suspicious of Master Shan Buan, whom So respected. Even his faith in Dai Dongyuan was greatly shaken. Gradually, he became closer to Zhang Shizhai. Master Shan Bian and I met for the second time in the Westlake Provincial Library, in the 16th year of the Republic of China. This interaction made me completely lose faith in him. He is so knowledgeable, yet so devoid of any opinions of his own. I have read a lot of books, but I have never been able to organize them into a system. He is the same as the Aikido nobility cited by Tsurumi Suk, an ant-like diligent scholar, with such an education, living such a comfortable life, but not leaving behind a single book to be handed down from generation to generation. Even though we can't find a single original idea in his lecture notes. In his life, he lacks the creativity that is the highest power of mankind. He is like the water in the Gobi Desert, absorbing knowledge, but there is no clear spring. Nor can it be sprayed on the ground. There is also a colleague in the provincial library, Mr. Lu Zhongxiang of Jiaxing. The same is true. This can be said to be the common sorrow of those who read ancient books in the previous generation. I kind of admire the German university, the philosopher Kant. Kant, he can read a book like that, accept a person's opinions, and immediately expel that person's thoughts in that book, and never build a wall around himself with other people's ideological bricks. So knowledgeable. It is really commendable to be able to form one's own philosophical system in that way. I have been studying for 30 years and I really have no experience to speak of. If you have to say it's impossible, then you can only do this. First, always doubt the ancients and ancient books. Second, having the guts to betray his master. Third, organize your own ideological system. If I were to say a word of experience to young people, it could only be this: cherish the spirit and don't read ancient books. Comments. Chao Juran, 1900 to 1972, Hao Tingtao, Pujiang. Today's Lanshi, people. Scholars, writers, and newspaper celebrities. From 1915 to 1921, he studied at the First Normal University, where he studied under the tutelage of Pu Jia, Shan Buchang and others. He served as the chairman of the Student Government Association and the editor-in-chief of Qianjiang Review. After graduation, he compiled and published Zhang Taiyan's Introduction to Chinese Studies. On the eve of the September 18 incident, he founded the weekly Taoxing to advocate the resistance against Japan. After the July 7 incident, he served as a war correspondent. He later served as the chief editor of Frontline Daily and Jingxi Daily, and the chief writer of Hong Kong's Tsingtao Daily. Special correspondent of Singapore's Nanyang Sheng Pao in Hong Kong. In his later years, he traveled back and forth between Beijing and Hong Kong several times, dedicated to the cause of reunification. He died of illness in Macau in 1972. He is the author of Critical Biography of Lu Xun, A Journey of 10,000 Miles, 50 Years in the Literary World, My World and Me. Essays on the history of Chinese academic thought, etc. My reading experience. When I was young, I mostly read Confucian classics, but as my reading increased, I found that the views and theories in many works were contradictory or even contradictory. Mr. Chao Juran began to have some questions about history and sages, and gradually developed the habit of thinking by himself while learning knowledge. You must have your own judgment about the ideas in the book, and you will constantly doubt and think about it as you learn. Make progress in the process of verification. Letter of Allegiance. Letter of Allegiance. Tang Tao. We Chinese believe in books the most, but we Chinese books are the least trusted. For example, it is not enough for a hero to be straightforward and like to complain about injustice. You must be able to burrow into the clouds, have a white light on your fingertips, and be able to chase and kill people. If you encounter an opponent and are defeated, you will not be able to die at the critical moment, so you will have the right to achieve enlightenment. The monk comes to rescue, but who will provide ventilation? Say. On a whim. This seems too absurd to be believed, but it is not. In addition to frying their hands in the hot yellow sand like sugar-fried chestnuts, there are also people who leave their hometown without any money, preparing to fly to Wudang Mountain. I went to learn swordsmanship from Taoist monks. We Chinese live under this kind of thinking. But the wise men had to object again. Because after all, these books are not orthodox, and most of these people are simple-minded, high-class, and high-class. The Chinese people would not be like this. But wait, here are a few examples. Zhuangzi's Xiaoyao chapter, there is a fish in the North Ming dynasty, and its name is Kuan. The Kuan is so big that it is thousands of miles away. It turned into a bird, and its name was Peng. The Peng's back was thousands of miles away. Fly in anger. Its wings are like clouds hanging from the sky. Historical records, when Emperor Gaozu was drunk and walking in the swamp, there was a big snake in front of him, so he drew his sword and killed it. An old woman was crying at night and said, "My son is the son of the White Emperor. Now the son of the Red Emperor will kill him." These two books can probably be regarded as orthodox. But why does it sound like nonsense? A fish can be thousands of miles long and can transform into a bird. An old woman's son is a snake, and suddenly he is said to be the son of the White Emperor. What happened? Wise men believe it without doubting it. Probably it must be said that ancient books are not enough to guide modern people. In fact, among today's people, especially among today's geniuses, disbelief still exists. For example, some people say that the tip of a woman's tongue is the tail of a gecko. Then the gecko's tail is also the tip of a woman's tongue. What if someone hugs the gecko's tail and kisses it? That would be terrible. It's not credible, not trustworthy, but I'm afraid some people still want to believe it. Famous sentences shouldn't be left out, so let's just repeat them. The river water is like a standing coffin. What do you think of such a treasure? Fortunately, he is a talented young poet. But this time there are many people who have been fooled. The poor can't survive, so they throw themselves into the river, thinking that they will be buried safely and their bones will not be exposed. Unfortunately, it soon floated like a dead pig. I don't want to persuade people to write less famous poems and essays, but I hope you won't believe it too much. Books are not entirely reliable. It is not easy to find books that are completely reliable. November 5th. Originally published in Declaration, Free Talk, on November 5, 1933. Comments. Tang Tao, 1913 to 1992, also known as Tang Tao, was originally named Tang Ruei and often used the pen name Huiyan. He was a native of Zhenhai, Zhejiang. Under the influence of Lu Sun since 1933. Start writing prose and essays. In June of the same year, he published the essay Rain in Hometown in Free Talk. After the outbreak of the anti-Japanese war, he participated in the editing and proofreading of the 1938 edition of The Complete Works of Lu Sun. Later he edited Literary Circle series. After the victory of the anti-Japanese war, he co-edited Weekly with Ku Ling. After Weekly was banned, he began to edit Wenhui Pa supplement Pen. After liberation, he worked in the Shanghai Postal Trade Union, the Shanghai branch of the National Literary and Art Association, and Fudan University. In 1953, he served as secretary of the Secretariat of the Shanghai branch of the Chinese Writers Association, and as deputy editor-in-chief of New Place of Literature and Art and Literary and Art Monthly. In 1956, He also served as deputy director of the Shanghai Municipal Bureau of Culture. In 1959, he was transferred to Beijing as a researcher at the Institute of Literature, Chinese Academy of Sciences. Trust books. Chinese people believe in books the most, but Chinese books are the least trustworthy. The author puts forward this paradoxical point of view at the beginning. The author proves his point of view with highly romantic descriptions in heroes, market books, and handed-down classics. The author's analysis is only expressed literally, which is inevitably a bit biased, but the central purpose of the author is to warn people that they cannot accept all the ideas and opinions in the book without analysis. Wise and wise parents. Wise and wise parents. Yu Pingbo. This is a topic for a lecture. Lectured at the high school affiliated to Normal University last year. I once wrote a paragraph, but when I read it again, I realized that it was definitely not the case, so I just threw it away. What I wrote this time is still not satisfying, so I wrote it for my ears. Apart from the main purport, it is completely different from what was said at the time. This is natural. As usual, the introduction said yes in the first draft, but now only one sentence has been deleted. The title only talks about the parents, and since I have a child, I can only speak as a father. The gentleman who defends Tao will forgive me. Although it may not be possible, it is still appropriate. Briefly explain this question. Regarding their children, parents who know how to take necessary responsibilities are called wise, and parents who do not want to take unnecessary responsibilities are called smart. One and the other, good readers can see clearly at a glance, but they will break it down next time, as usual. Let me think about a question first. Refers to minor children. Is the relationship between children and parents the same or not? It is at least a little different, and can be compared to context. The above has considerable ability to determine the following, and the latter just echoes the above. We will continue to use the old name here. The way to show affection is as mentioned above, which is called compassion. The way to eliminate children is as follows, which is called filial piety. Loving kindness is unconditional, total, and compulsive. Why? First, it is appropriate to only take responsibility for one's own affairs. It is physiological impulse, surrounding environment, and free will, so we don't care about it for the time being. In short, think about it. If you are not responsible, then who is responsible is your dead ancestors. What about your unborn children? What about Dr. So-and-so who witnessed the marriage introduction? And what about Aunt Li Jiamu of the Zhang family who was the pimp? I can't even figure it out. Second, it is necessary and possible to take full responsibility. I can't think of anything I can't bear. What determines a person's life is nothing more than innate inheritance and acquired education. Although inheritance may not be entirely the responsibility of the parents, it is not the responsibility of anyone other than the parents. The power of education lies partly with teachers and friends, and partly with families. The opportunity to choose mentors and friends is still initially decided by parents. Even in environments other than education, they still have no choice. Third, kindness is a kind of public morality. We must not only be responsible for ourselves and our children, but also be responsible for society. Leaving a person who is not embarrassed or embarrassed to fool around in the world may not have the same impact as spitting on the road, or urinating on a gentleman's self-respecting corner. An orderly society should force parents to strictly observe this. A moral which is of great importance to the survival of the race. From this point of view, kindness is very serious and is by no means a casual doting. However, we here only teach filial piety but not kindness. We only say that a father can be unkind and a son cannot be unfilial. But no one understands the principle that even if a son is unfilial, a father must not be unkind. If they only say that they are unfilial and then unkind, all parents in the world are bad, but they don't know that if they are unkind and then unfilial, all children in the world are bad. This is not only unfair, but also unfair. Mistake. Not only is it wrong, it's upside down. Filial piety is not easy to say. If you say it unluckily, you risk being regarded as a scourge. Filial piety contrasts with kindness. Filial piety obviously does not contain social compulsion. For example, Gugu killed someone, but Shun fled. Forsaking the world like a humble heir, filial piety is the most important thing. Even if Gao Tao knew how to weave, he would never be able to prove that Shun was instigated. Regardless of whether Gugu is an old man or not, his wife, who is older, should always be responsible. I also forgive him for no longer taking on the responsibility of educating Gus Hen. He has no such possibility. Shang Jun is his responsibility. According to a mere opinion, the disputes between Shun's family were not caused by the troubles caused by his parents and younger brothers, but were caused by the son's failure to live up to his expectations, which led to his splendid country and his father-in-law passing it on to him. Being snatched away by his enemy's son, Yu Shun could be said to be a jade with only a few flaws. He also only knows filial piety but not kindness, just like us. Since social relationships are like this, filial piety itself is not unconditional, which seems a bit important. I have always had a bias, believing that all emotions are acquired and there is no innate emotion at all. There is an article called The Theory that feelings are born after tomorrow, and always want to do it, but always fail to do it. What I am talking about here is an example. The basis of what is commonly called filial piety. There is a so-called nature between parents and children. This nature is mysterious, innate, and cannot be analyzed. No one can prove its existence except traditional belief. Instead of relying on this innate nature, we have to rely on it. It is better to rely on accumulated emotions to establish a parent-child relationship, which is more practical and appropriate. The details will naturally be found in that article that I have never been able to write. It is said that feelings are born the day after tomorrow, and gratitude must be repaid. I also agree with it. Now let's discuss what grace is. Most people think that fathers have the so-called nurturing grace for their children. To be more specific, it takes 10 months to conceive and 3 years of breastfeeding. This is particularly focused on the mother. Since it is a gift to give life, the child has already given birth to the mother. It is probably due to his father's debts that he cannot repay. Although this is not as mysterious as nature, it is still an innate attribute. It makes no sense to say that after we are born, God, Father and Mother give us life. Say we are grateful for the kindness we received before we were born. Why is this not innate? If you regard life as a gift and giving it is a generous gift, then you have to consider the value of the gift you give. The value and interest of life may be an eternal metaphysical problem, and it is necessary to prove this. It's not necessarily much easier than proving the existence of nature, and there's no way to start. At this point, the relationship between parents and children is a biological one based on nature, not a man-made ethical one. There is no point in building moral concepts on this. It is difficult to determine whether there is a natural instinct between parents and children. It is also difficult to say whether the simple gift of life is kindness or resentment, and the traditional status is declining. What is the purpose of filial piety? No wonder gentlemen are so worried about the end of the world. They ignore the real core. Acquired feelings. This kind of feeling is not special, it is just the most common human feeling. It is a pity that our parent-child relationship is rarely built on pure human feelings. It is only affixed with a gold-lettered seal under the authority of ethics, and you are not allowed to touch it. It is not allowed to discuss it. Talking about it is treacherous and unethical. But on the day when the world is in decline, will the naughty boy think that not touching it and not talking about it is a hint of, the empty one controls it, the searcher leaves it, otherwise why no one is allowed to touch it and no one is allowed to discuss it? As the saying goes, if you don't do anything wrong, you won't be surprised if you knock on the door in the middle of the night. People exchange love for love, and so does filial piety. It has been said above that kindness is above and filial piety is below. Charity first and then filial piety does not mean first filial piety and then kindness. The facts are clear and cannot be refuted. A good example is when a child does not fulfill its filial piety at all when it is born, but its parents do not necessarily wait until it has fulfilled its filial piety before slowly and unhurriedly raising it. Therefore, filial piety does not arise on its own, but arises from kindness. The Confucian saying of repaying one's origins should be explained in this way. Parents' unconditional kindness is charity, and children's conditional filial piety is repayment. This kind of repayment is actually love for love, and it is no different from ordinary favors. Those who drink water know whether it is hot or cold, and it is natural that the rewards will be equal. It's not just about spending money, it's not about settling accounts between parents and children. This shouldn't be misunderstood. Filial piety is a reflection of kindness. Since there are various kinds of kindness, there will naturally be various kinds of filial piety. The fact is that there is no way to standardize it. Thousands of people sometimes have different filial piety towards their parents. This person's filial piety does not have to be the same as that person's. Real feelings are complex, elastic, and ever-changing. However, the hypocritical ethics are a cold and hard shell, covering all things ancient and modern, both Chinese and foreign. Then again, perhaps the predecessors regarded parent-child relationships as innate, so custom-made a square cake is called filial piety. We only admit that there are acquired feelings. Although it is not filial, we are determined to fight against the 24 filial piety. What I said about filial piety may not be a coincidence. I am afraid that when I see this, Some people are already yelling and tearing up notes. I feel so sorry. They may be thinking this way. As soon as parents don't like their children, the children will immediately have reasons to rebel. What a world this is. What? This tone of, the land is wild and prosperous and the children are beaten, is really scary. But after their anger subsides, I ask them to think about it. Why is the relationship the day after tomorrow so fragile? Why is the innate relationship so strong? There are 4 stages of intimacy with children: conception, pregnancy, breastfeeding, and education, which are examined separately. It's a blessing to be pregnant, I'm sorry. This is why the pregnancy phase comes. There is nothing we can do. She may want to maintain her body so that she can shine in the future to the point of serving the country, but she may not strictly adhere to prenatal education purely for the sake of her blood cells. Breastfeeding for 3 years is partly physiological and partly environmental. Compared with the previous stage, there is more element of free will. After weaning and growing up, all kinds of education during this period, if not mixed with utilitarian concepts, are indeed a manifestation of luxury and wisdom. This area is the backbone of the construction of the way of compassion, and establish the conditions for their children to be filial to them in the future. To put it bluntly, the grace of pregnancy is not as good as pregnancy, the grace of pregnancy is not as good as breastfeeding, and the grace of breastfeeding is not as good as education. The more acquired it is, the more important it is, and the more congenital it is, the less important it is. Since kindness is so important, yet I only see people who teach filial piety. Why? Comparatively speaking, kindness is easy, while filial piety is difficult. Kindness has the background of maternal love and the tendency to protect the race, a broad physiological relationship, but teaching does not. Kindness is easy but filial piety is difficult. Kindness is giving. Zhang Ben, who has feelings for his son's love and affection, believes that filial piety is repayment. Regarding the hard work of relatives, he often reproduces it based on memory, imagination, and inference. He is kind and filial. Therefore, the Confucian theory of repaying one's beginnings and pursuing one's past with caution is by no means completely meaningless. But the intention is good. The methods may not all fit together. The Confucian classic, the Analects, talks about kindness much less than filial piety. No wonder it changed from filial piety in treatment to absolute filial piety after several transmissions. The higher the status, the more engraved the standards are. It is always a fact that there are more and more filial sons' honors, and among them there is Kwang Chaoyuan from The Scholars. They don't understand that showing kindness is the only effective way to teach filial piety, but they teach filial piety unconditionally. The result is that there are many hypocrites in addition to the true villains. Although kindness is the primary form of filial piety, it itself has a greater value than filial piety. Chinese ethics only pretend to be a filial son who does his best and never follow the nature of human nature. Cultivating gentle, wise, and loving relatives has a very important relationship with the survival and development of the nation. This may not be the only reason for the weakness. Let's use the utilitarian calculation method. A filial son has been added to society. He himself is always a gentleman who leaves some ritual punishments for future generations. His parents can enjoy the comfort in their old age, and the utility is at most. If a loving family is added to the society, it can directly and fully educate his children. On the one hand, his children will devote themselves to society. On the one hand, it can educate his children's children, and the possibilities are endless. This is still due to the different context and status. It is a fact that kindness is easy, while filial piety is difficult. It is also a fact that kindness has a greater impact and greater significance than filial piety. What is difficult may not necessarily be valuable. Being able to generously give first without even dreaming of repayment, being able to understand that doing the best you can without asking for anything from others is a kind of fun enjoyment, being able to have the spirit of doing things and taking responsibility, being such a parent is said to be wise. Of course, there are actually other ways to get rid of the wise attitude. Although I am far from being a virtuous person, children will show their eyes in the future, which will make the gentlemen who defend the Tao applaud, and it will be hard to say what they have learned. But I hope readers will not take people's words for granted. Good words do not become bad just because they are spoken in the mouths of bad people. I don't support myself, but I want to thoroughly support my own thesis. But at the same time, don't forget how to be smart. After the children are born, they will be married to each other. The context becomes a couplet and an equal and parallel relationship. In the past, it was a time to take responsibility, and one should do everything. Now, it is a time to shirk responsibility, and one should do nothing. Doing too much will ruin your achievements. This is exactly what is said, a snake has no legs. Zian can do it. It is natural for charity to shirk responsibility, and there is no such thing as indifference. When children leave the family and go to society, they are no longer innocent but independent people. We are still responsible for what they do. Not only it doesn't have to be, and it's impossible. If you put too heavy a burden on your shoulders, you will inevitably fall and the burden will be smashed, which is called double injury. From Qin Fangyan, when my children grow up, it would be a great disservice to myself to still serve them without limit. Although we never dream of enjoying the blessings of our children and grandchildren, we may not be willing to be burdened by them. As far as Z dialect is concerned, the old man often makes comments and lectures, and the old lady gossips, which is really boring, even if they are indeed filial sons, especially as times change. Obeying the order of relatives often fails, and it turns out that the filial son is even more embarrassed. Taking a step back, it is not too hard for the parent, and the child is not afraid of nagging, but it is still boring. Looking at actual Chinese families, the situation is unique. Educational period. The old style of appointing teachers and the new style of teaching to schools seem to save worries. When my children grow up, I start to worry about them. The most common thing I do is accumulate wealth for my children and grandchildren, and interfere with their love and marriage, which is not beneficial to myself. Or something that is harmful to people. Ershu said, "A wise man with more wealth will harm his ambition, and a foolish man with more wealth will benefit his fault." It is really a famous saying, but there are only a few of the elders who understand and believe this meaning. As for marriage, which has always been based on the order of the parents, it is more likely to become a mess. This is known to everyone. They do have their own difficulties. The uncle is too incompetent and has to protect him with gold and silver banknotes. The eldest girl is too stupid to choose her uncle. The old man and his wife had no choice but to take action themselves. This is a factual difficulty, but it in no way overturns the above thesis, but rather proves it on the other hand. This is entirely due to failure to fulfill one's responsibilities during the initial period of responsibility, in other words. Yesterday I owed some wisdom, but today I can't learn to be smart. After education is completely successful, there will be no one who can't get involved in the world, let alone get married. Therefore, this difficulty will never be an excuse to interfere to the end. The characteristics of smart people are that they are lazy. First, they are knowledgeable, and so are smart parents. To be lazy is to do nothing, see above. Knowing what is interesting is almost as important as being lazy. What is intellectual interest? Those who suffer losses do not expect to pay, those who lose in gambling do not get their money back, and those who give do not expect repayment. The reasons may be listed as follows. First, parents have always been established long ago. In their later years, they have to be cared for by their children. If they are unlucky enough, they can have the opportunity to entertain themselves. If they are not punished, it does not matter. Not being kind is one of the conditions for a child's survival. Second, kindness is the parent's own business. There is no reason for retribution. Third, filial piety is difficult, and retribution is not easy. These two items have already been mentioned above. Fourth, mixing utilitarianism into emotions will result in feelings of decline, loss of utilitarianism, and a despised family atmosphere. This is the most miscalculated. Try to explain it. If loving kindness is regarded as general loving kindness, there would probably be no problem in a Chinese family where there are more loving relatives than filial sons. With so many loving relatives, why can't we get as many filial sons? Some of them say that the world is declining and people's hearts are not as old as they used to be. Some people say it's all the fault of you savage beasts, but in fact they don't make any sense. Before the savage beasts were born, this was probably the case in very ancient times, although there is no statistical table to prove it. Fundamental reason. Filial piety is just an ordinary feeling. Compared with loving kindness, it is more difficult and easier to obey. Another contributing factor is that utilitarianism is mixed with feelings. Although there are no parents who are absolutely unkind, mental disorders are an exception. Are there any parents who absolutely do not expect retribution? I doubt the success of this score. Intuitively, I don't think it will be very big. The so-called raising children to prevent old age and accumulating grain to prevent hunger clearly reflects the narrow sense of utilitarianism. The preference for sons over daughters is also evidenced by the fact that sons are better than daughters, except for continuing to smoke cigarettes. Probably the most glorious one. If we take pure love as our standpoint, why is there so much discrimination between men and women? With a son, the younger one will be served, the elder one will be honored, and the older one will be given blood and food after death. It is very cost-effective to raise him. Although what you hold is not very narrow, what you want is very extravagant, and it is appropriate to have a sincere smile. They only know that they are taking advantage overtly, but they don't feel that they are suffering secretly. Once the heart is utilitarian, true love will be mixed with utilitarian elements, and it will seem to decline due to the mixing. Emotions that might have aroused considerable responses now do not. The father blames and expects too much from his son, and feels that the son is unfilial. The son feels that his father blames and expects so much, and becomes suspicious of the meaning of kindness. Use utilitarianism to hinder feelings. The most heartbreaking thing is that your feelings are hurt and your utility is gone. Although it cannot be said that it is a big mistake, at least it is not a smart approach. Smart parents maintain the bond between parent and child with pure and unadulterated feelings, without losing anything. Use careful thinking to decide what should be controlled and what should not be tolerated, without losing the kindness. Before children are established, what they need most is positive help. After they are established, what they need most is passive non-obstruction. What do they need? We give them whatever we want. This is wisdom and wisdom. They have a sound personality and can cope with everything just right. They may not be particularly perverse in dealing with their parents, so they do not talk about filial piety but are comfortable with filial piety. The interception and matching questions have been completed. Readers have long felt that there is an indistinguishable difference between sagacity and intelligence. They are two and one. Wisdom is based on virtuousness, but it is actually a further virtuous thing. Having fulfilled my vocation, I feel at ease. To me, virtuousness means wisdom. I forget both repayment and giving, which is the same as for others. Being wise is also smart. A smart person is an honest person, and a very smart person is an honest person. In fact, although this does not have to be the case, it should indeed be the case. July 24, 1930. Comments. Yu Pingbo, 1900. 1990, modern poet. His original name was Yu Mingheng and his courtesy name was Pingbo. His ancestral home is Diqing, Zhejiang, and he was born in Suzhou, Jiangsu. There are poetry collections, Return to the West, Memory, Winter Night, and so on. Famous poet, essayist, and scholar of classical literature. After the founding of New China, he serves as a professor at Peking University. In 1952, he was transferred to the Institute of Literature of Peking University. In February 1953, the Institute of Literature of Peking University was merged into the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and he served as a researcher in the Classical Literature Research Office of the Institute of Literature of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Wise, smart parents, the ancients said, it is the father's fault to raise children without educating them. But how to teach it is a headache for parents. Parents who know how to take the necessary responsibilities towards their children are called wise. Not wanting to take unnecessary responsibilities is called being smart. That is to say, parents should pay attention to the methods of education when educating their children, and they should also learn to be lazy appropriately to give their children a space to think for themselves. Chinese Confucianism can be said to have clear rights and responsibilities. Parents must be kind and children must be filial. The traditional Chinese parent-child relationship is not based on family affection, but on ethics and ethics. Many concepts are contrary to human nature. The negative impact caused by the promotion of this concept of kindness and filial piety is the prevalence of artificiality, which affects the formation and development of national temperament. After many years, father and son became brothers. After many years, father and son became brothers. Wang Zhengqi. This is a famous quote from my father. My father is a very smart man. He is a painter who can engrave seals and paint freehand flowers. In the early days of seal sealing, he came from the Zhejiang sect, and later in his middle age he became a member of the Han seal sect. He can play various musical instruments, including the pipa, the huqin, the sheng, the flute, and the flute. He believes that the most difficult musical instrument is actually the huqin. It looks simple with only 2 strings, but it has many changes and requires skill in both hands. He plays an old-school huqin with a hard bow and thick rosin dripping. Now there is only a thin layer of rosin on the lahuqin. The sound of his huqin is bright. He carved all the huqin codes himself, and he thought that the ones he bought were useless. He raised crickets and golden bells. He raised flowers. The pot of orchids he raised died the year my mother died of illness, and he stopped growing flowers from then on. After my mother died, he personally made several boxes of mingi for her. We have a custom of burning mingi, according to mother's preferences during her lifetime. I purchased a variety of floral and plain-colored papers for clothing materials, and a single layer of lint cotton, which is always available. The leather coats he makes can be distinguished from wheat ears, lambs, squirrels, and fox hooves. My father is a very easygoing person. I rarely see him lose his temper, and he never speaks harshly towards his children. He loves children, likes children, loves to play with children, and plays with children. My aunt called him Child Head. In spring, before Qingming festival, he would lead a group of children to fly kites in the wheat fields. What he put there was a centipede he made himself, called 100-legged, in our place. It is made of dyed silk. The string for flying a kite is the old string of the huqin. The old string is strong but light, so the kite can fly straight up without a belly. I have never seen another person fly a kite with huqin strings. Before Qingming festival, wheat has not yet rised up. It is not afraid of being trampled, and the more it is trampled, the more prosperous it will grow. The children stayed indoors all winter, running and jumping in the spring fields, feeling extremely happy both physically and mentally. He used a diamond knife to cut the glass into small pieces of different shapes, and then stretched them piece by piece. The joints are glued together to make small bridges, pavilions, and exquisite octagonal crystal balls. The bridges, pavilions, and balls are hollow, with golden bells inside. From the outside, you can see the golden bells crawling freely inside, flapping their wings and chirping. He can make all kinds of lamps. Use light green and transparent. Fish scale paper is tied with a textile girl, which is lifelike. It is dyed with western red, and the upper and lower layers of grass are used as petals to make a double lotus lantern. It is really beautiful. Use small watermelons. This is used to pull seedlings, small melons are not suitable for eating because of their small size, so they are called beating melons or scolding melons. A small opening is made to scoop out the melon flesh, and very fine patterns are carved on the skin to make a watermelon lantern. We lit candles in these lamps and walked through the streets. The neighbor children came to see them and were very envious. My father is very concerned about my studies. But don't force it. When I was a child, my Chinese scores were always first in the class. My compositions often received good reviews, so he would take them out and show them everywhere. He doesn't blame me for not being good at math. As long as I can pass, that's fine. He painted, and I also liked painting when I was young. But he never pointed me out. While he was painting, I watched from the side. The rest of the time, I flipped through the drawings and painted them blindly. I didn't really appreciate freehand flowers at that time. I just painted some big bright peaches, or waterfalls that I had never seen before. I was good at handwriting when I was young, but he gave me some advice. After I wrote Guifeng Monument and Duobao Pagoda for a while, he suggested that I write Zhang Menglong. This suggestion is very good, and even now my writing is still influenced by Zhang Menglong. When I was in junior high school, I loved singing. I sang Tsing-yi. I had a very good voice, bright and sweet. At home, he plays the huqin and I sing. Some of my classmates can sing. The school held a concert, and he accepted my invitation to go to school to accompany me. Several classmates only sang a cappella. A classmate named Fei borrowed a gauze hat and a blue official coat, and dressed up to sing Daishijing. However, there were no supporting characters, no government officials, and no prisoners. He was just Zhao Lian, waving his riding whip and walking on the stage. 2 laps and a song of Junhua Xian was restless on the horse and ended up with it. A man as old as his father spent the afternoon playing with a few children, and he was quite happy. I first fell in love when I was 17. During the summer vacation, I was writing love letters at home, and he was making up random ideas. I learned to smoke and drink as a teenager. He drank and poured me a drink. Smoking, take out 2 cigarettes at a time, one for him and one for me. He always lights the fire for me first. Others may find our relationship strange, but my father said, "We have been brothers for many years, father and son. My relationship with my son is also good." I wore the label of rightist and sent him to work in the rural areas of Zhangjiago. At that time, he had just graduated from kindergarten and had just learned Chinese pinyin. He wrote his first letter to me in Chinese pinyin, so I had to quickly learn Chinese pinyin so that I could write a reply to him. During the Cultural Revolution, I was labeled as a gangster and sent to the cowshed. Occasionally when I go home, the children are still very affectionate to me. My wife warned them, "You have to draw a clear line with your father." The son asked his mother, "Then why do you still give him a drink?" There was only one thing. There was a disagreement between the 2 generations. He was sent to Shaanxi Xian County, jumped in line to settle down. According to regulations, you can return to Beijing to visit relatives during the Spring Festival. We wait for his return. Unexpectedly, he brought back a classmate at the same time. The father of his classmate was an Air Force general who was being persecuted by Lin Biao and was imprisoned. This classmate no longer has a home in Beijing. According to the regulations of the brigade, he was not allowed to return to Beijing, but this child wanted to go back to Beijing. With the secret help of a group of classmates, my son secretly brought him back. He couldn't even get a temporary household registration. Negro. By keeping him at home, we are harboring him. The Public Security Bureau can come to check the household registration at any time, and the aunt at the sub-district office may also report it. At that time, everyone was in danger and had too much time to take care of themselves. Our son caused such trouble, which made us very embarrassed. My wife and I called him to our bedroom and expressed dissatisfaction with his reckless behavior. I scolded him, "Why didn't you discuss it with us beforehand?" My son cried, feeling aggrieved and sad. We knew immediately, he was right. We were wrong. Our fear of being involved is vulgar. We lack understanding of the loyalty between our son and his classmates, and do not respect his feelings enough. His classmates stayed at our house for more than 40 days before leaving. Regarding my son's several relationships, I adopted the attitude of hearing but not asking. Understand, but don't interfere. We believe in his own choices, his decisions. Finally, he quietly fell in love with a female classmate in elementary school and got married. Had a daughter. Nearly 7 years old. My kids sometimes call me Dad, and sometimes they call me Old Man. Even my granddaughter yelled along. My biological mother said that the child was not too big nor too small. I think a modern, humane family must first achieve, no matter how big or small. Parents are awe-inspiring, and children who are straightforward are the least interesting. Children belong to themselves. Their present and their future should be designed by themselves. A father who wants to mold his children in his own ideal mold is foolish, and, damn it. In addition, as a father, you should try to maintain a childlike innocence. September 1, 1990. Comments. Wang Xingqi, 1920. 1997, modern and contemporary writer. A native of Gaoyu, Jiangsu. In 1939, he was admitted to the Chinese Department of Southwest Associated University in Kunming and was deeply influenced by Shen Kongwen, who taught writing classes. Started publishing novels in 1940. After graduating from university in 1943, he worked in Kunming and in Shanghai. He served as a Chinese language teacher in a middle school and a staff member of a history museum. Since 1946, he has published The Cartman, Revenge, The Green Cat. Short stories such as Chicken and Duck Master attracted the attention of the literary world. After 1950, he worked in the Beijing Federation of Literary and Art Circles and the Chinese Folk Literature Research Association, editing publications such as Beijing Literature and Art and Folk Literature. In 1962, he was transferred to Beijing Peking Opera Troupe. Later he was appointed as screenwriter by the Beijing Peking Opera Theater. He is the author of novel collections, Encounter Collection, Night in the Sheep House, selected short stories of Wang Xingqi, Supper Flowers Collection, Loneliness and Warmth, Cornice Collection, Prose Collections, Puqiao Collection, Pagoda Collection Essays. Literary Criticism Collection, Wan Shui Wen Tan, and Wang Xingqi's Selected Works, etc. There are also some Peking opera scripts. The short stories, Ordering, and Danao Chronicles, are his award-winning novels. Father and son become brothers over the years. The author's father is a versatile and emotional man. His father's good temper makes the children like to be close to him, which makes communication between father and son very convenient and smooth. The father also paid attention to his son's studies but never forced it. Instead, he allows his son to develop as he pleases, and even indulges his son a little, which is difficult for even friends to do. The kind of parents in real society who try to shape their children with their own models. Their ideas and practices are unfeasible and even stupid. Me and Literature. Me and Literature. Jian Xianai. In the past few years, I have run counter to my own profession of economics and become further and further away from literature day by day. The relationship between them has become even more intimate, like a lost friend. Strictly speaking, I don't have any superhuman talent, but it's incredible that I have to go on this road regardless of hardships and dangers, and find it so enjoyable. Is it fate? It has almost become a habit of life to read and write when I am excited. But once I meet a talented writer or a real scribe, I can't help but blush and become very shy. Because I am from a side door, I cannot speak to a generous family. Learn to write poetry first. I continued writing novels for 7 or 8 years. This is my simple resume. In total, he has written dozens of poems, most of which were published in Morning Post Supplement and Poetry Magazine, and a small number were published in Novel Monthly. I had several ambitions to compile a collection of poems, but in the end I gave up the original plan. The reason was that it was an early trial. Now that new poetry has matured, if it is published, it will not make readers laugh. The most unforgettable one is Mr. Su Jima. Without his encouragement and urging, perhaps even this meager achievement would not have been achieved. I started writing poetry when he stayed at the old site of Songpa Library. The towering ancient locust tree in the courtyard will always be in my memory. Jima described it in Shihu Hutong No. 7, and I also used it as a theme to compose a song called Ean of the Old Sephora Tree, which was published in the early issue of Poetry Magazine. This poem was highly praised by him at the time. I still remember a short poem called 100 Years Later. Based on Jima's consideration, I revised it 3 times before publishing it, which proved his enthusiasm for my poetry. At that time, I read several English-translated anthologies of Maupassant and Zeychofer. I also learned to write some short stories and received a lot of corrections from Mr. Chen Xieying and Wang Tongzhao. But now it seems that they are all shapeless things. After 1930, due to changes in life, the burden of the family fell on his shoulders. Living a very monotonous and mechanical life, Yencher Pilishin had long since escaped without a trace. Unable to write poetry, he had to devote all his efforts to learning to write novels. Because my creative power is very weak and I cannot produce in large quantities. On the one hand, In view of the dangers of selling literature for a living, I had to find a professional job. This profession is teaching, which is like pulling a cart, selling time in pieces to others at a low price, every sunset and dusk. I came home out of breath. I was completely exhausted. How could I still have the courage to write? What's more, the rational chalk life and the passionate creative life are absolutely in conflict. But because of the urging of my friends. But I can't stop writing completely. The few articles that have appeared in various magazines in the past 2 years, like Morning Stars, were produced under this embarrassing situation. Incorrect consciousness and imperfect skills. In fact, it is inevitable. I often study the reasons for the sparse output of my works. Half of it is due to the busy life. The other half is because my imagination is too poor and my experience of life is not thorough enough. Future efforts. I can completely discern the direction of the path. Fundamentally speaking, we should read more masterpieces by famous writers. When it comes to writing novels, I have a tendency to focus on small details and try my best to modify the words, so I ignore the overall structure of the novel. Therefore, it is inevitable that they often have similar structures. Also, because I feel that it is too common to use urban life as material for creation, although there are many excellent works among them, I want to write from a new aspect. This new aspect is the characters and scenery in some remote provinces and towns. And I also like to read Brett Haynes' novels full of local flavor. Therefore, many of my short stories choose themes from my hometown, Guizhou. As far as my past creations are concerned, some of the more pleasant ones, such as On the Guizhou Road, Going to Jinshi, Salt Bake, and Longdu, also fall into this category. However, this kind of novel is too local colored. I'm afraid it's not easy for ordinary people to understand. What's more, I have been away from home for a long time, and some places are no longer vividly described. If opportunity permits, I would like to go back home and examine the situation in rural and urban areas of my hometown in detail before writing. Maybe a few better works can be produced, but that will have to wait until the future. Originally published in the Qingxia collection, published by Shanghai Kaming Bookstore in April 1936. Comments. Jian Xianai, 1906–1994, a modern writer. Born in Junyi, Guizhou in 1906. He began writing when he was a student. In 1926, he participated in the Literary Research Association, organized the Shi Society with Li Jianwu and others, and published the magazine. From 1931 to 1937, he served as editor-in-chief of Beijing's Songpa Library. At this time, he wrote short story collections, Morning Fog, A Hero, Tragedy in the Countryside, etc. During the anti-Japanese War, he organized a weekly literary club with Xie Yi and others in Guizhou. Published Weekly Literature and Art and edited the supplement Xinlui of Guizhou Daily. From 1937 to 1951, he successively served as the principal of Junyi Normal School and a professor at Guizhou University and other universities. At this time, the collection of works included The Story of Salt, Happiness, etc. From 1951 to 1965, He successively served as chairman of the Guizhou Federation of Literary and Art Circles and director of the Guizhou Provincial Bureau of Culture. His works here include the short story collection Mountain City, Stubborn Woman, and the essay collection Sprouting. Me and Literature. The author walked out of remote Guizhou, and the outside world broke into his field of vision. He trudged on the road of literature and received encouragement and support from Su Jima, Chen Xieying, Wang Tongzhao, and other teachers. He loves literature. However, the contradiction between hobbies and real life is difficult to reconcile, so the author can only choose the path of compromise and reconciliation. In the process of literary creation, I read a lot of classic works. It is very necessary to learn from other people's useful experiences and skills. When talking about his own works, the author is very aware that his works often ignore the overall layout of the whole article. The themes of his creations are mostly descriptions of the remote areas in the southwest where he lives. In fact, this is what makes the author unique, and it is also a method of solving problems that maximizes strengths and avoids weaknesses. Chapter 3: The Past is Like Smoke. I am an idolater. I am an idolater. Guamorua. I am an idolater. I worship the sun, mountains, and oceans. I worship water, fire, volcanoes, and great rivers. I worship life. Worship death, worship light, worship the night. I worship Suez, Panama, the Great Wall, the pyramids. I worship the spirit of creation, worship power, worship blood, worship the heart. I worship bombs, worship sorrow, worship destruction. I worship the iconoclasts, worship me. I'm an iconoclast again. Cropped between May and June 1920. This article was originally published in Shanghai's Current Affairs News, Shuedeng, on February 14, 1921. Comments. Guamorua, 1892–1978, modern and contemporary poet. Playwright, historian, paleographer. His original name was Kaijin, and his pen names were Gua Dingtang, Mike Ong, etc. A native of Leshan, Sichuan. In 1920, he published Sani Collection, a collection of correspondence with Tian Han and Zhong Baihua. In 1921, he published the collection of poems, The Goddess. In the summer of the same year, together with Qing Fangu, Yu Dafu, and others, he initiated the Creation Society. After graduating from university in 1923, he gave up medicine and returned to Shanghai, where he edited Creation Weekly and other publications. Published poetry collections Starry Sky, Vase, Qianmao, Recovery, and wrote historical dramas. Historical novels, literary essays, and other works. He is the author of historical dramas, Kai Wenji, and Wu Zetian, poetry collections, Ode to Xinhua, 100 Flowers Blooming, Camel Collection, literary and artistic treatises, Notes on Reading, Suiyuan Poetry, Li Bai and Du Fu, etc. He is another glorious banner on the Chinese cultural front after Lu Sun. The works are collected into the 17-volume, Collected Works of Morua, 1957–1963, and the newly compiled The Complete Works of Guamorua is divided into 3 parts, Literature, 20 volumes, History, and Archaeology. I am an idol worshipper. I am an idol worshipper. I worship great things in the world. I worship power. But I actually worship destruction more, because only by destroying the old can new ones be created. I be a great creator. In memory of Mr. Lu Sun. In memory of Mr. Lu Sun. Ba Jean. On the morning of October 19th, a piece of unfortunate news came out from a corner of Shanghai, and spread throughout China and the world in a very short time. Mr. Lu Sun passed away. Wreaths, messages of condolence, messages of condolences, tears, and lamentations poured into Shanghai from all over China like a torrent. There were also mournful articles published in newspapers in any small city. Even the most remote villages and towns heard cries of grief. The conscience of all China has never been so sad as it is now. This old man, with his pen and heart, accomplished something that those giants could not accomplish. Even as he quietly closed his eyes, he drew thousands of people to him. Whether they were close friends or bitter enemies, they all sadly buried their heads in front of his body with the deepest respect. At least, at this moment, the conscience of all China is united. We don't have many words to mourn such a great man, because all words become very insignificant in front of this old man. We cannot bury the deceased with tears alone, because the deceased was a heroic warrior who remained unyielding until death. But we cannot deny our great loss by suppressing our grief. With the death of this old man, we have lost a great mentor, the young people have lost a close friend who loved and cared for them, and the Chinese people have lost a person who can speak on their behalf. The Chinese national liberation movement lost a heroic fighter. This gap cannot be filled. Mr. Lu Sun is great. No one can deny such a statement. However, we don't want to call him a superstar or the sun, because this metaphor is too abstract. He is not a splendor of nature that is beyond our reach. He has never sat high on the heads of Chinese youth. A simple letter from an unknown person can cause his heart to pour out. The appeal of a young man in distress will be met with sympathetic help. There is no writer in China who loves young people as much as he does. However, it is not enough to regard such a person as a treasure in the Chinese literary and art world. Although we cherish his literary achievements, and like many others, we believe that his works can be included in the world's immortal masterpieces, but we value even more, he was a great fighter in the national liberation movement. He was one of 10 brave pioneers in the movement for human liberation. Mr. Lu Sun's personality is greater than his works. In the past 20 or 30 years, his call for justice has resounded through the dark nights of China, in the wilderness strewn with thorns. He holds the torch of thought high and leads countless young people to move towards a ray of light in the distance. Now, such a person has disappeared from China's horizon. His death is an irreparable loss to the entire Chinese people. Especially at a time when the national crisis is deepening and the national liberation movement is raging, we have lost such a great mentor. Our grief is not without reason. Farewell, Mr. Lu Sun. You said, "Forget me." No one can forget you. We will not let you die quietly. You will come alive, live in our hearts, and live in the hearts of all Chinese people. You live to see how everyone inherits your legacy and moves towards the road of liberation of the Chinese nation. October 1936 in Shanghai. Comments. Ba Jin, 1904, whose original name was Li Yaotang and whose courtesy name was Fu Gan. A native of Chengdu, Sichuan, original from Jiaxing, Zhejiang, he was born on November 25, 1904, in an old-style large family in Chengdu. The novels he created have two major themes. One is to explore the path of young people pursuing ideals and beliefs. His representative works include Rebirth and Trilogy of Love, Fog, Rain, Electricity, etc. It is to expose the evils of the feudal family system. To allude to the evils of the social autocratic system, his representative works include Autumn in Spring and the Torrent Trilogy, Home, Spring, Autumn. They are warm and sincere, and the words have strong emotional color, producing had a significant social impact. In 1934, he wrote the novel God, Ghost, and Human, and his style gradually became calmer and more stable. In the later period of the anti-Japanese war, the creative style changed, mainly describing small people in real life, showing profound humanitarianism. His representative works include the novella, The Garden, The Fourth Ward, Cold Night, etc. In 1946, he returned to Shanghai and settled down. After 1949, he successively served as the third and fourth vice-chairman of the All-China Federation of Literary and Art Circles, vice-chairman and chairman of the Chinese Writers Association. Chairman and honorary chairman of the Shanghai branch of the Writers Association, chairman of the Shanghai Federation of Literary and Art Circles, editor-in-chief of Harvest and Shanghai Literature, successively served as a deputy to the First, Second and Third National People's Congress, a member of the Standing Committee of the Fifth National People's Congress, and a member of the Sixth, Seventh, Eighth and Ninth National People's Congress. Vice Chairman of the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. He is currently the chairman of the Chinese Writers Association and vice chairman of the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. From 1958 to 1962, 14 volumes of Ba Jin's collected works were successively published by People's Literature Publishing House. He was persecuted during the Cultural Revolution and lost his beloved wife. Since 1973, he has quietly translated the memoirs of the Russian Democratic Revolutionary Herzen, Past Events and Thoughts. After the end of the Cultural Revolution, in 1978, I reflected with a heavy heart on the path and lessons learned by intellectuals in the 20th century. He also wrote 5 volumes of Random Thoughts, including Random Thoughts, Exploration Collection, Truth Collection, Sickness Collection, and Untitled Collection, with individuals as the objects of anatomy. In memory of Mr. Lu Sun is gone. He is the conscience of China. He moved the conscientious Chinese people. He was a heroic warrior, a great mentor, and a confidant. The death of Mr. Lu Sun is a pain for the country and the people. He has a great personality and holds high the torch of thought, guiding young people in a bright direction. From the article, we can deeply understand Mr. Ba Jin's reverence and love for Mr. Lu Sun, and his incomparable sadness for the death of Mr. Lu Sun. Mr. Kai's Memories. Mr. Kai's Memories. Chen Xieying. Mr. Kai and Mr. Zhihui are the two people I have learned from throughout my life. The mountains are high and the scenery is still there. Although I can't reach it, my heart is longing for it. These few lines of poetry can fully express my emotions towards these two gentlemen. On the journey of life groping forward in the darkness, there are two huge stars hanging in the sky, so although they sometimes get lost and sometimes stumble, they can still get up because of the shining of the stars. It's still possible to move in the right direction. Mr. Kai and Mr. Wu are often connected in my heart and are not easy to separate. After the news of Mr. Kai's death came out, I couldn't sleep one night. Recalling the relationship between Mr. Kai and myself, I always think of Mr. Wu. But it is very strange that although Mr. Kai and Mr. Wu both left an indelible impression on me, when I think about it carefully, my contact with Mr. Kai. There are really very few. I knew Mr. Kai very early. Because when I was 6 or 7 years old, I attended Shanghai Nichenkyo Patriotic Society for several months. I can be said to be a student of Mr. Kai and Mr. Wu. At that time, I lived in Mr. Wu's home. I see him every day, but Mr. Kai has only heard his name. As for whether they knew each other, or even whether they had met before, I can no longer remember them at all. I saw Mr. Kai's name later. It is in a long letter of several thousand words written by Mr. Wu from England and France to his late father and several other old friends. There are about 2 or 3 such long letters in a row, and they describe a lot of things, so they often mention what Kai Jimin is doing in Berlin. At that time, Kai Jimin was just a name. After the Wuchang uprising, both Mr. Wu and Mr. Kai returned to China. Before they arrived, one of their friends, Mr. Lu Weisher, the editor-in-chief of Tsiyuan of the commercial press. I often told my late father and others that in the future, the only people who would write the history of the Qing dynasty would be Zhihui and Heqing. At that time, he was already 15 or 16 years old, and he knew that He Qing was Kai Jimin, who advocated revolution as Hanlin Gong. After listening to Mr. Lu's conversation, I learned that Mr. Kai is an essayist. When Mr. Kai lived in Shanghai after returning to China, he seemed to have followed Mr. Wu to his house. But I don't remember anything except that I went to a house with 1 floor and 1 floor. Maybe the memory of the house on the first floor and the bottom is still wrong. Maybe I have never visited him. But at that time one impression was quite clear. It can also be said that this was the first impression Mr. Kai gave me. It must have been one of the many mass meetings held in Zhongyuan. Mr. Kai's speech was heard there for the first time. His speech was not high-pitched and was in Mandarin with a Shaoxing accent. The content was simple reasoning and did not touch the emotions of the audience, so he spoke on the stage and the people in the audience whispered to each other, even expressing impatience. Therefore, the speeches cannot be heard even more. Mr. Kai's speech ended quickly. 10 years later, the audience's attitude towards Mr. Kai has changed. His speech was not inaudible, but his attitude and voice were different. The content doesn't seem to be much different from my first impression. Mr. Kai cannot be said to be an orator. I met Mr. Kai again in London 10 years later. At that time, Mr. Kai was involved in the May 4th movement. The president of Peking University, the birthplace of the New Culture movement, traveled to Europe. At the China Hotel on Regent Street in London, Peking University students held a welcome party. although I am a Peking University student in name. However, many people who had nothing to do with Peking University were present, including myself. Also remembered are Zhang Shirua, Qian Yili, and Zhang Daofan. Among the Peking University teachers present were Zhang Xingyan and Lu Banong, and students including Fu Mengjin and Su Jima, Su Yanji, Lu Guangyi, and others. At that time I bought a new camera and started learning photography. That is, 2 group photos were taken upstairs at the China Hotel. This photo still existed before the anti-Japanese war, but it cannot be found now. Mr. Kai's story when he was in London. I only remember 2 or 3 of them now, probably because they were a little humorous, so I haven't forgotten them to this day. Once, Wairas, a social psychologist and professor of political science at the University of London, invited Mr. Kai to his home for tea. His wife and daughter were present. Accompanying Mr. Kai were Jima and myself. At first we acted as translators. Suddenly Jima said that Mr. Kai had lived in France for a long time and could speak French. Mrs. White and Miss White were so happy that they immediately started talking in French with their husband. Every sentence in French was shot at Mr. Kai like arrows, and Mr. Kai didn't know how to answer. In order to solve the problem, I said that Mr. Kai was just living as an apartment in France and studied in Germany, so German was better than French. Mrs. White and Miss White cannot speak German. I had no choice but to remain on the sidelines. Wairas said that he had been to Germany before, but he could no longer speak German for a long time. He and Mr. Kai exchanged a few words in German. I remember pointing at the scenery outside the window and saying Sean, and Mr. Kai said i.e. Brackman, but there is no way to exchange words like this. Mr. White said that we should ask you to translate. Once Jima and I accompanied Mr. Kai to visit an oil painting academy. There is an oil portrait of Dr. Johnson inside. I told Jima that Dr. Johnson's conversation, character, and living conditions were very similar to Mr. Wu in China. On the way out, Mr. Kai purchased a few pictures and said with a smile, "You must also buy a picture of Mr. Wu from England." The most unforgettable time was one night in Mr. Kai's room in the hotel. There is always a third person around. At this time, the third person went out for business, and Mr. Kai and I were the only 2 people in the room. At that time, Mr. Kai and I didn't know each other. I am very shy. If only he did his own thing. But Mr. Kai sat with me respectfully. I raised the topic of 2 or 3 conversations, and Mr. Kai answered with only a few words. The 2 people sat opposite each other without talking. I was anxious. I can't even think of words. It may have been less than half an hour to sit like this, but at that time it seemed like several o'clock. Fortunately, the third person came and the siege was solved. In the winter of the 21st year of the Republic of China, I returned to China from France on the same boat as Mr. Wu and arrived in Shanghai. After being hired by Peking University, he traveled north to Jinpu with Mr. Wu. A few days after visiting Mr. Kai invited me to have dinner at Kai Ginxiang in the Xiang factory at noon on Sunday. Mr. Wu sat at the head of the table, and his seatmates were all acquaintances from England. After dinner, the group walked together from Zionongtan to the overpass. At that time, I felt a sense of leisure time in Peiping. But not long after, the air suddenly became tense, and Mr. Kai left Beijing and went south. After that, he did not visit Peking for 10 years. Around the spring of the 21st year of the Republic of China, Mr. Kai stayed at Luojia Mountain in Wuchang for a few days. His colleagues at Wuhan University gave him a very warm welcome. But at that time I was sick in bed and unable to move. Mr. Kai, on the other hand, walked up more than 100 stone steps to my home high on the hillside to pay his condolences at my bedside. For a junior, and indeed a very rare person, to treat him as a cordial friend, this is Mr. Kai's true nature in dealing with others. It is a characteristic that is beyond his reach. Was it late summer of this year, or was it the following year? During the summer vacation, I went from Nanchang to Peiping. Because Pingjin Road was suddenly blocked, I took a boat to Nanjing and went north via Jinpu Road. After arriving in Nanjing, I learned that Mr. Kai was heading north at this time. Make an appointment to attend the board of directors of the Chinese Cultural Fund. Except for an American director of the foundation, there was no one I knew very well in the car, so we spent more than one day getting along with him day and night. It was very different now from the London hotel. I no longer feel constrained, and I don't force myself to think of something to say when I have nothing to say. But this time Mr. Kai talked a lot, ranging from China's political education to personal trivial matters. Especially when passing near Tian. We paid homage to the place where Shima died at the window and talked a lot about Shima's memories. Mr. Kai brought several bottles of Nanjing Lao Wanshuan's Xiangshue wine, which Zhu Lu first gave him to drink in the car. We both drank a bottle at dinner on the first day. It should be said that Mr. Kai drank one bottle each, because I could only accompany him for 2 or 3 drinks. Although Mr. Kai was not drunk that night, his face was very red. I drank 1 bottle with lunch and dinner the next day. Mr. Kai said this was just right. I heard he drank a little wine with every meal, but not much. As the bus approached Peiping, he told me that members of the Central Committee did not have to spend money to ride on the bus, so he didn't spend any money this time. Feeling a little uneasy, I asked me to let him pay for the meal car. He said it so sincerely and tactfully. I feel like there is nothing to say. But the next morning, he discovered that not only the meal but also the tip for the waiter in the sleeping car had been paid. When the bus arrived at the station, he said that he had brought a valet with him and that someone would pick him up and take care of his luggage. My luggage might as well be shipped in one place. So this time I was traveling with Mr. Kai. Instead of greeting Mr. Kai, who was more than 30 years younger, I was greeted by him instead. This showed that I was useless. But you can also see Mr. Kai's kind and considerate manner in dealing with others. Mr. Kai's visit to Peking this time was a return to his old place after 10 years. He was warmly welcomed by various groups, individuals and friends. I often have to walk 2 or 3 places for one meal. He went somewhere. You must have a drink with every guest and leave before leaving, so most of them are somewhat drunk when they return home every night. He was very interested in everything. When the Palace Museum welcomed him to visit, he went in to see it for a day. His feet are sick. It's not easy to walk, but I don't look tired. The younger people among us traveling there were all astonished. At that time, we thought that it would not be a problem for Mr. Kai to be over 80 or 90 years old. After that year, except for one summer vacation, Xu Hua and I passed by Yuyuan Road in Shanghai to visit Mr. Kai and Mrs. Kai once, and we never saw each other again. Looking back on the past, I did not have much contact with Mr. Kai, but the influence he had on my life. But it is unusually large and profound. How did it come about? Upon closer analysis, it is not due to Mr. Kai's intellectual articles. I have never read any of Mr. Kai's books. He gave speeches and articles and only read them occasionally. I am not qualified to speak about his intellectual articles. Nor is it due to Mr. Kai's achievements. He ran Peking University, which led to the May 4th movement and the New Culture movement. He ran the Academia Sinica, which enabled China to make various contributions to science. However, this kind of behavior can make people admire you, but it does not necessarily make people follow your example or worship you. The reason why Mr. Kai left an indelible impression on me is, presumably, entirely due to his great personality. He should be round in small matters and square in big matters. He was extremely kind to others. No matter who asked for help, such as writing a letter of introduction, he almost always responded without asking about the person's qualifications, knowledge, or experience. But when it comes to matters of origin and national affairs, he is never vague and remains consistent. Don't be accommodating due to changing circumstances. He is one of the most courageous people of our time. Although I didn't have many opportunities to come into contact with him, I did so for 20 or 30 years. No matter when I see him, Mr. Kai is always Mr. Kai. Mr. Wu of Yoji is always Mr. Wu, and his behavior and speech do not differ due to different circumstances or fortunes. This is something that is easy to say but extremely difficult to do. Mencius said, "Wealth and honor cannot be fornicated, poverty and lowliness cannot be moved, and power cannot be subjugated." This is called a real man. Only then can Mr. Kai and Wu Yang be worthy of the title of real man. The mountains stand tall and the scenery stops. Even though we cannot reach them, we yearn for them. Originally published in Chongqing's Central Daily News, on March 24, 1940. Comments. Chen Xieying. 1896 to 1970, a native of Wuxi, Jiangsu Province. His original name was Chen Yuan, his courtesy name was Tongbua, and his pen name was Xieying. In 1912, he went to high school in England, and later entered the University of Edinburgh and the University of London. He received his doctorate in 1922. After returning to China, he served as a professor in the Department of Foreign Languages and Literatures of Peking University. In 1924, with the support of Hu Shi, he founded the Modern Review Weekly with Su Zhima and others, and served as the editor-in-chief of the Literature and Art Department. In 1927, he married the female writer Ling Shuhua. In 1929, he went to Wuhan University as a professor and dean of the School of Liberal Arts. In 1943, he went to work at the Sino-British Cultural Association in London. In 1946, he became the first permanent representative of the Kuomintang government to UNESCO in Paris. In 1966, he retired and lived in London. He died of illness in 1970. Bibliography of works: Xieying Xiahua and Xieying Hohua. Memories about Mr. Kai. As time goes by, Mr. Kai and I went from meeting to acquaintance to knowing each other. The deepest impression that Mr. Kai left on the author is that he is simple, friendly, approachable, and friendly and considerate in his dealings with others. It can be seen from the details of life that Mr. Kai is a person who should make small things round and big things square. He is a very principled person in the face of big rights and wrongs, and he is consistent and will never be ambiguous or accommodating. Mr. Kai is such a respectable person with a broad mind and principles. Mr. Chitu. Mr. Chitu. Waste name. Mr. Lin Yutong wrote to me and asked me if I could write an article, Mr. Jitong, for publication in Zhirenrenzi. I was both happy and frightened. The topic of joy is dear to me, but fear is exactly what Tao Yuanming said: fear may be perverse. I lack the virtue of an elegant gentleman, so I am cautious and fearful, as if I were walking in a deep and thin cloud. I think I can ask Mr. Jitong for advice in person after I write it, which would be a great pleasure. This happened a few days ago, and I haven't been able to write it yet. The day before yesterday, I went to Guhuai bookstore to see Ping Bo. We talked for a long time, mostly about our longing for Mr. Jitong. When I thought about it afterwards, I felt happy that Uncle Ping and I had completely the same views, and everything we said seemed interesting. It's a pity that I didn't record all those conversations when I came back. It may be more satisfying than writing an article. I don't know. Our conclusion is this: Mr. Jitong is a materialist. Mr. Jitong is a conscientious gentleman. We can learn some principles from Mr. Jitong, but we cannot learn his artistic attitude in daily life. Pingbo said with a thoughtful look. Has there ever been a person as generous as him in Chinese history? Neither of us could answer. The 4 words, asymptotically natural, can roughly describe Mr. Jitong, but there is nothing mysterious about it. He seems to have taken a nature textbook as a reference. China's Bible and sacred traditions, from ancient times to the present, have taken governing the country and bringing peace to the world as their own responsibility. Apart from this, there is probably nothing else to do. Only the issue of women and children has troubled many elegant people. I often unknowingly think of many of these things from Mr. Jitong's silence, which makes me feel a little scared. It is easy for us to fall into vulgarity without realizing it. The distance between us and barbarism is sometimes hard to tell, but Mr. Zidang's practice of cultivating oneself and managing one's family. You really care about nature, even if you want to admire it, you can't. I accidentally read the Kuchen Xiaowen, after Mr. Wei Weichen's family letter, contained in The World in the World, which says, a father or ancestor will spend his whole life educating his descendants without blaming them for anything in return. However, I hope that in the past generations, I will be more intelligent and strengthen my ears. This natural way is also the ultimate way of humanity. In this country where the sins of our ancestors are heavy, the words of a wise man are also the words of a benevolent person. We are often lyrical, and Mr. Jitong is always polite. I didn't understand this attitude before. In the past 10 years, the letters he wrote to our generation never contained a lesson tone or a passionate word. Later, when I picked up the letters I accidentally saved today and read them again, I found that between the lines, there was gentleness, courtesy, and frugality. Once I suddenly understand it, I feel as happy as what I have learned. It is not a great virtue of Mr. to have someone be so patient in his personal letters after things have changed. I often remember reading his article, Shima Memorial, in Crescent magazine. With joyful sigh, there is something at the end of this article. I can only write dispensable articles, and commemorating deceased friends cannot be perfunctory with this kind of article, and the deadline for submission of the commemorative issue is urgent, so I have no choice but to write it. I just have to write. As a result, I can only write a dispensable article, which makes me sigh again. The sigh that came out unintentionally, and the emotion and etiquette in life it expressed, made me read an article that lasted forever. His friendship with the deceased in life was not lyrical, but before life and death, the most sincere love was a courtesy. Mr. Zhitang's way of dealing with people is as interesting to me as his usual composition habits. He never writes a manuscript, but writes it over and over again. He checks to see if there are any typos, then stops reading, which is considered to be the end of the paper, because according to him, he has to recopy the manuscript. If he recopies, he will feel that it is useless, and even if he wants to revise it, he will not be able to revise it, so it is better to write it all over again. He is so tolerant of himself. He is so tolerant towards everything except himself, but the majesty in him may not be felt at all. Instead, people feel his humility. However, articles are the business of the world after all. Modern Chinese prose, from the beginning to the present. According to the gossip of many people, Mr. Zhitang is the most able to read. That day, Uncle Ping once mentioned the word feeling, which is roughly equivalent to the feeling of cold and warm, because Mr. Zhitang's mood and behavior have a golden mean. Where does this come from? Ping Bonai hesitated and said, "He is probably feeling." I think this means that Mr. Zhitang's virtue is not so much ethical as it is biological. Like the feathers of birds, a swan does not bathe in the sun. White, Wu is not sun, but black, black is also white. All are beautiful and all are hygienic. However, nature is ignorant, and human beings think they are smart. The soundness of life is the same as nature, and it cannot be achieved by a good teacher. Uncle Ping's words reminded me of two things. First of all, I remembered that I read Mr. Zhitang's article, Two Ghosts, in UC 7 or 8 years ago. I didn't understand it very well at the time, but I understood its meaning later. He wrote this article. The beginning of the article says, Du daemon lives in our hearts, which can be said to be two ghosts. I hesitate to talk about ghosts, because they are not ghosts transformed by death, nor are they religious demons, good gods and evil gods, good angels and evil angels. They may be said to be a kind of gods, but this seems a bit too dignified, so I still call them ghosts. What are these two? One is a gentleman ghost. The second is rogue ghosts. According to Wang Shui's friends, people have a conscience, priests say they have souls, and scholars who uphold justice also say they rely on conscience, but I feel like there are none of these, only those two ghosts who are directing me. All words and deeds. This is a kind of dual-headed politics, and the two ruling parties are still not in harmony with each other, but I am like a pendulum swinging in the middle. Sometimes when a gangster gets the upper hand, I wander around with him, knowing all the secrets in the streets and alleys, drinking. Fighting and insults are not impossible. I can become a mental broken foot. But when I am going to really act wild, like a gangster's opening heaven, the gentleman will probably come out and shout, catch me as soon as you come." It's strange to say that. A gangster is usually not afraid of a gentleman, but when he is about to act wild, he somehow escapes as soon as he hears the gentleman's shout. But he didn't go far, he only visited me from beginning to end. He saw the gentleman leading me away and learned how to talk and behave towards ladies. Gradually, he moved from saying nice words to putting on airs, so he rushed out and cursed. This kind of statement has no